Afternoon, I'd like to call the meeting of the City Council Public Financing Authority to order. Madam Clerk, may I have the roll call, please?
Councilman Gruhl,
Here.
Councilman Kennedy,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Twining,
Here.
Mayor McKeon,
Here.
Councilman Burns,
Here.
Councilwoman Vandermark,
Here.
Councilman Williams.
Here.
7 present.
Madam Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications?
We have no supplemental communications for closed session.
All right, public comments portion of closed session. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone sign up to speak on closed session items?
We have 2 speakers.
Okay, please call them up.
The City Council will now receive public comments for closed session only. When your name is called, please approach, use both podiums, state your name and organization for the record. Karen Carroll and Tim Geddes.
Goes. Mayor McKeon and members of the City Council, I am Karen Carroll, very long-time resident. It's been a long time since I spoke at the council meeting. I'm here to talk about the litigation, the state, and the city. It's time. I believe that almost all of you has at some point questioned whether the long-standing no high-density mantra still makes sense in the light of today's housing crisis and the situation our city now faces. It has been a convenient slogan handle for name-calling, among other things, and it has been repeated for more than a decade without serious reassessment of its real-world consequences. And increasingly, residents are beginning to publicly question whether its purpose is in Huntington Beach's best interests. Housing policy is not an abstract legal exercise. It has tangible impacts on daily life in our community. When workers cannot afford to live near their jobs, they are forced into long commutes that worsen traffic congestion, increase air pollution, and degrade environmental quality. These outcomes directly contradict the values city leaders claim to be protecting in their rationale for continued compliance. Rather than continuing down a path that leads only to insolvency and diminished public trust, we ask our city council to be honest with residents. What exactly do we gain from continued resistance? And is it worthy of the ongoing erosion of the city's finances and credibility? Delaying compliance does not make the law disappear. It only makes the consequences worse. I'm just asking you to think about it as thinking individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, ma'am, if you'd like to grab, ma'am.
Karen.
If you'd like to fill out a blue card, I'd be happy to sit down with you and give you the counter, not argument, counter perspective on the value of the fight. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tim Geddes in the House. While I am most concerned with item 6 on this agenda, I am additionally interested in all litigation with the state of California and court cases we are waging at great expense to the taxpayers of Huntington Beach. Residents here have had no say in all the legal wrangling and ideological tilting at windmills with Sacramento. There has been no transparency and little reporting of what resources we have expended to date and what consequences may befall us if we lose out in our defiance to state mandates. We need reporting from our closed session disclosing what we are facing in our existing litigation, especially with the threats of fines, restrictions, loss of local control in decision-making, and other punishments which could be levied against us. We owe it to our citizenry to be frank, that is, to be open and honest with what is going on. The residents of Huntington Beach deserve to know this. Please give us a closed session update by the city attorney at our regular meeting, which addresses this concern. Thank you.
Good evening. Happy New Year. Hope we're all feeling better. Have a healthy New Year. I have 2 items in the closed session, similar to what Tim said. Item number 5, voting districts. Forming voting districts for city council elections is a fair way to ensure no single area of the city is overrepresented. Cities that have gone to court to oppose district elections have consistently lost. I urge the city to stop spending public money on this lawsuit and move forward with district elections. Item 6, the housing element. This lawsuit has failed at every stage and continues to delay housing element certification. However, you could certify the housing element and move on. Please pursue compliance with state housing law so the city can certify its housing element. Doing so will restore eligibility for grants and funding for housing and safety services, including SB2 funding, money the city is currently covering through the general fund, worsening the deficit. The draft housing element already identifies appropriate sites, primarily along Gothard and the Beach Edinger corridor, using zoning overlays to allow needed housing. And this gives property owners more options as to what to do with their properties. Thank you.
Hi, Denora.
Good afternoon to everyone. Happy New Year. My name is Dinora, and I'm tired of dishonesty in government.
Denora, so this,
Am I
Denora,
at- yes,
Denora, real
I-
quick, you have to talk about what's on the closed session agenda, so can you tell me which?
I was told by my attorney, they're standing by, to talk to all you guys, the Huntington Beach Housing Authority Commissioners, Casey McCann, Gracie Vanderveer, Pat Burton, and Tony Strickland, that he's the Board of Local Housing that are putting application for coastland. Kathy, your secretary, told me someone will call me for coastland last year. Nobody have called me. And if you think you're going to pass me for the 2-bedroom that I put in application when I went to Bordeni and Fountain Valley and told me that yes, he will build a property in Huntington Beach, I put in application. Lieutenant Smith knows about it. And if you guys pass me this Cuban American brought by federal 1969, I will be breaking news. I've been holding my attorney for powerful sheriff. Please wait, because I love that city. You guys have government. So make it happen before Valentine. That's the deadline for somebody for coastland to call me for the 2-bedroom. I should not be in my car if I never drink, don't drug, neither smoke. But I did work 40 years and pay taxes. And federal told me subsidy or first-time home buyer, which I am. Coastland property on Garfield and Maine. Make sure you guys make it happen, because otherwise the Senator, Tony Strickland, will be in hot water. I'm the one putting everybody at ease, especially my American attorney that knows the corruption in housing. And when you have Hispanic from Mexico that don't care for Cuba in the United States, it's a problem. Where are we going? And federal brought us here. Where are we going? This is not discrimination. They tell me right in my face, go back to Cuba, because we're running housing, we're housing who we want in house, whether they're legal or not legal. And I should not be in my car because my family moved to Georgia last November. But prior, I've been deprived of housing, and it will not work anymore. I love that city, Huntington Beach. You guys know that. The powerful sheriff above local police in Huntington Beach, I'm putting them at east. And they told me, take it higher. My attorney knows, and if you guys are government, make it happen for me. Dinora Chavarria, my application, one of the first one for coastland on Garfield in Maine. Have a nice New Year. Make it happen, because I don't want to be in my car running to shore, taking a bath, going to the storage with all my furniture there. I know you guys could make it happen. Thank you. Before Valentine. Have a nice
So now we're going to recess the closed session, including closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6, Agency designated representatives, Travis Hopkins, City Manager. Also in attendance, Marissa Sir, Assistant City Manager, Mike Vigliotta, City Attorney, and Zach Z, Acting Chief Financial Officer. Employee Organization, Huntington Beach Police Officers Association, and Employee Organization, Police Management Association, PMA. Council, do I have a motion and a second to recess the closed session?
Second.
Recess the closed session.
the sky, you can dry your eyes. If there's rain up above, you can give your love every day, every day. When you smile at me, I can see you're giving all the love that we share, and it's all I'm living for every day, every day. Every day is sunshine, and I'm so glad that you're mine. If the rain and the snow and the ice is cold, deep inside love is new, and the sun comes shining through every day, every day. Every day is sun, every day is sunshine. La 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 Once I had a dream that made me sad. How so many people can be bad. Everybody wants all they can grab. No one's ever happy with their share. People running don't have much to say. You better get your dreams before they fade away. We're all here until we know not when. Love has gone and won't come back again. I'm gonna take it, break it, make it if you can. I will show you, oh you. You know we'll be together. You know we'll be together if we try. There's a name written on my door, and it's mine, could be yours if you really want it, and more, more. I've a mind for security, so have you. Don't you see you could lay all your troubles on me, me. Put all your cares away, leave them to fade away, let them go flying. I don't mind always being there for you to come Once I had a dream that made me sad. How so many people can be bad. Everybody wants all they can grab. No one's ever happy with their share. too late to go to work. She told me to get out and she threw me down my shirt. Well, I ran to the station and I got on the very next train. And when I opened up my eyes, I was back in bed again. Come on, please let me stay at home, girl. Well, I'm tired and lonely, please let me stay at home. Come on, please let me stay at home, girl. Well, I'm tired and lonely, please let me stay at home. I don't want to get a job, 'cause work is just a waste of time. I'm gonna be an independent person for the rest of my life. But if she catches me at home, she's gonna beat me all about the head. And then she come in shouting, you better get yourself to bed. Come on, please let me stay at home, girl. Well, I'm tired and lonely, please let me stay at home. Come on, please let me stay at home, girl. Well, I'm tired and lonely, please let me stay at home. I said, come on, please let me stay at home, girl. There's a name written on my door, and it's mine, could be yours if you really want it, and more, more. I don't mind for security, so have you. Don't you see you could lay all your troubles on me, me. Put all your cares away, leave them to fade away, let them go flying. I don't mind always being there for you to come and tell all your troubles to. Put all your cares away, leave them to fade away, let them go flying. If there's clouds in the sky, you can dry your eyes. If there's rain up above, you can give your love every day, every day. When you smile at me, I can see you're giving all the love that we share, and it's all I'm living for every day, every day. Every day is sunshine, and I'm so glad that you're mine. If the rain and the snow and the ice is cold, deep inside love is new, and the sun comes shining through every day, every day. every day is sun. Shine. La 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 Once I had a dream that made me sad. How so many people can be bad. Everybody wants all they can grab. No one's ever happy with their share. People running don't have much to say. You better get your dreams before they fade away. We're all here until we know not when. Love has gone and won't come back again. I'm gonna take it, break it, make it if you can. I will show you, oh you. You know we'll be together. You know we'll be together if we try.
I'd like to reconvene the regular meeting of the City Council Public Finance Authority. Madam Clerk, may I have the roll call, please?
Councilman Gruhl,
Here.
Councilman Kennedy,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Twining,
Here.
Mayor McKeon,
Here.
Councilman Burns, Here. Councilwoman Vandermark,
Here.
Councilman Williams,
Here.
all present.
Tonight's invocation will be given by Huntington Beach Police Chaplain Bob Ewing.
We do so with a pause to reflect with gratitude and intention. Almighty God, we give thanks for this community of Huntington Beach, its neighborhoods, its shoreline, the people who call it home. We are so grateful for the members of this city council, for their willingness to serve, to lead, and to shoulder the responsibility of decision-making on behalf of the public. We also express sincere appreciation to our city staff, whose dedication, professionalism, and often unseen efforts keep this city functioning day after day. As we enter a new year, we ask for wisdom, for clarity and humility for all who serve. May decisions be guided by fairness, respect, and a genuine desire for the common good. We ask for protection over our first responders, our police officers, firefighters, and all emergency personnel. Keep them safe as they place themselves in harm's way to protect others and watch over their families who share in that sacrifice. May this chamber be a place of civility and mutual respect. As council members deliberate and as members of the public speak, may words be measured, hearts be patient, and differences be expressed without hostility. Let listening be as valued as speaking, and may dialogue be rooted in dignity. As this new year unfolds, may Huntington Beach continue to be strengthened by service, community, and a shared commitment to one another. In your most holy name, Lord Jesus, I pray. Amen.
All right. Tonight, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Dennis Bauer from American Legion Post 133. And before Dennis leads us in the pledge, I'd just like to share a little bit about his story. So Dennis Bauer started life in South LA and grew up in Pico Rivera. He was drafted after completing the first quarter of his junior year at UCLA and spent 2 years in the Army. Dennis did his basic training in Fort Ord, California, and was sent to Fort Ord, Sam Houston, Texas for medical training. There he did his medic basic and advanced preventative medicine training and became a preventative medicine specialist. After his training, the Army sent him to Madigan General Hospital in Fort Lewis, Washington, where he spent one cold winter skiing every weekend. Having less than a year left in the Army, he received orders sending him to Korea. At that point, he and his fiancée decided to get married before he went to Korea, and Dennis received an early out in December 1989 to return to his education at UCLA. He has been an HP resident since 1981. Thank you, Dennis, for your service.
Thank you.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Attorney, do you have anything to report from closed session?
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. City Council members, would anyone like to make a comment? Mayor Pro Tem Twining.
Yeah, I just want to make a real brief comment and say thank you to all the people up here and all the people out there watching on TV. As you know, I had to leave the last city council meeting because I was ill. I spent 13 days in the hospital shortly after I left the meeting. I thank our wonderful Huntington Beach Fire Department for not only getting me home, but also getting me to the emergency room later on, well, the next day at night. I just want to thank everybody that sent good wishes. They did it through emails and text and PMs and everything, and that was very kind. And many are people that sit over typically on this side of the room that don't typically agree with my politics, but when I went down and I was very ill, they were there with good wishes, as were a lot of my friends on this side too. So I just want to thank all of you, and I'm happy to be back, and I feel great, about 95%.
Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, just want to, we had a great ribbon cutting at Patriot Point. It was a beautiful day and a great showing, and I appreciate everybody's attendance and support. It was awesome.
And I just want to wish everyone a happy, healthy, and prosperous New Year 2026. And as I mentioned before, this is going to be a really fun year with America's 250th birthday. And I also want to reiterate, as I mentioned at the last meeting, that my changes to the format of the agenda really emphasize that the community and the residents do come first. And so I wanted to provide more opportunities for the community to speak, but also structure them in a more constructive and concise manner to keep the meeting productive and efficient. And then lastly, thank you again for allowing me to be your mayor. And my mission statement for this year is to continue advancing our core government function strategic plan goals we established in 2023 with many of the achievements that everyone's going to see tonight, and then really lean into making our local economy strong, keeping our spending dollars here in Huntington Beach, highlighting our existing businesses, attracting new business investment, and of course, have fun with the 250th birthday of America. So I'm really looking forward to this year. Thank you, everybody. All right. So next, brought it back last meeting, but we have the adoptable pet of the month, and we have 2 dogs from OC Animal Up Care for adoption, and both were found in HB and looking for their forever home. So I'm going to come up and welcome Baxter and Apricot.
Mayor, thank you. I'm Jonathan Volsky with Orange County Animal Care. And I just want to start by thanking you and the residents of Huntington Beach for having us here. Last month we brought Nala, who was a 10-year-old pit bull, and Nala was fostered out less than a week after our appearance here. So Huntington Beach is 1 for 1. I have with me here tonight, I have Apricot. She's a 2-year-old boxer mix, a little shy, but she's very happy to be here. She is over the 25 pounds, so you can adopt and foster Apricot for free through the next month. And then with me tonight is our communications manager, Denise Woodside, and she has a dog she'll speak about.
Good evening. Joining us tonight is Baxter. Baxter is estimated to be about 8 years of age. He is a Catahoula mix, and he's a really mellow guy. I think he would really enjoy some beach time, maybe some couch time, as I was speaking to some of the others here tonight. But again, these are dogs that had originated from Huntington Beach, so it'd be great if we can get them placed or fostered. So thank you so much for having us.
And then real quick, if people have interest, where should they go?
ocpetinfo.com. You can see these 2 dogs, and we've got about 130 other dogs if people want to take a look and come down and visit them at our shelter in Tustin. Awesome. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Bye. Thank you. You got photos? Huh? Which one? Oh, yeah. One dog, Chief. All right. Now up to the awards and presentations portion. So we want to present a commendation to Robin Wood, recognizing her retirement from Robin's Nest. So Robin, if you want to come on up.
Gonna come down eventually, Kirby.
Come on up, Robin. So hopefully everyone knows Robin. She's an amazing lady. You know, Gracie and I first met her, I think it was 2021, when we were still campaigning at that Kiwanis event in Meadowlark, and we were talking about trying to do what Costa Mesa was doing with that Trellis program to kind of unite all the nonprofits and the I guess charity events through the city. And Robin came up to us in the parking lot, and I was just really struck by just her passion to help the youth in our city and to prevent homelessness, or if they are homeless, to get them off the street. And she's a tireless worker. She gives back so much. She's done so much great work for the youth in our city, and we're just so appreciative of everything she's done. And when I found out she retired, we all did. I called her the other day. I'm like, can you please come up, because we want to honor you and give you your due kudos. So we appreciate you. And did you want to say a couple words?
Sure. Just want to say thank you. I'm honored and humbled to have been able to help the youth in our community and the surrounding areas. To me, the greatest way to make good change is through our young people, and they all deserve a chance, no matter what their background is, where they come from, and just help them get on the path to where they need to be and let them be the young people and the older people that they were created for. So I appreciate the opportunity, and it's been my pleasure to do all this in Huntington Beach.
Awesome. Thank you. You want to invite your husband down to take a photo? You guys want to take a photo? So on behalf of the city of Huntington Beach, we want to present you with this commendation just for all your hard work, 10 years of service, and we wish you nothing but success and fun in your retirement.
Thank you so much.
Down here? Thank you, Robin. Julie, can I give you this?
It's probably is. I just was both classic.
All right, next on the agenda is our business highlight section. So as part of our ongoing business spotlight, we're proud to recognize businesses that have recently opened in Surf City, Huntington Beach. And so on that list is Animal Republic Veterinary Hospital Emergency, Astra Bean on Golden West Street, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing, Hydration Room IV and Injection Therapy, Clatch Coffee, Old World Art Gallery, Parlor Donuts that just opened up next to Handles on PCH, Pico's Pizza and Coffee, Roe 18 and Parent Wellness Center, Salty Forever, Sushi Nigariba, which Jason, our treasurer, speaks highly of, and he's a foodie, so there you go. And Timber Lodge Parlor. So thank you. All right, and then I've touched on this before, but building on that effort, we wanted to, in the city, really introduce like a new video series that we're doing called Minute with the Mayor. And it's a new city initiative that expands how we highlight and connect with our local business community. And so this series is gonna be about connecting the city with our local business community and giving residents a closer look at the people behind the places they support every day. And then each episode offers a quick, authentic snapshot of the business that helps drive our local economy and shapes the character of Huntington Beach. And I really just want to focus on keeping our spending dollars here in the city and let people know about all these amazing businesses that are in Huntington Beach that they may not know about. So the goal would be, hey, if you want this kind of service, oh, I didn't realize it's in Huntington Beach. Well, now you'll go here and stay here, keep your dollars here and support our economy. So to introduce the series, we put together a quick little short video that captures the purpose and spirit.
What's up, Huntington Beach? I'm Mayor Casey McKeon, and I'm excited to announce Minute with the Mayor. This video series will highlight our local businesses, the restaurants, retailers, makers, and entrepreneurs who bring energy and creativity to our community. Small businesses create jobs, strengthen our neighborhoods, and help define the culture that makes Huntington Beach, Huntington Beach. With Minute with the Mayor, I'll be visiting businesses across the city, meeting the people behind them, and sharing their stories with you. Why they chose HB, what drives them, and what makes each one a unique part of Surf City. This isn't just a spotlight, it's a commitment to supporting our businesses that support our city. When our businesses thrive, Surf City thrives. I hope you'll follow along, discover new places, and help us celebrate the amazing businesses that call HB home. And if you're a local business owner interested in being featured, you can apply using the link in the description. We can't wait to connect with you and spotlight everything that makes Surf City so special.
All right. Who was that guy? All right, so then tonight we're launching this series by spotlighting Board Riders Cafe, which is at 220.
Hey, Huntington Beach.
Whoa. Sorry. Which is at 22017 Bouchard in Southeast. And this is a new community-focused cafe offering great food and handcraft drinks. And a special thank you to Ian and Nicole MacArthur and Bill Webb for welcoming us in and helping kick off this final feature. So let it rip.
Hey, Huntington Beach. I'm Mayor Casey McKeon, and this episode of Minute with the Mayor takes us to Board Riders Cafe. Let's go meet the team. So why don't you tell the community a little bit about Board Riders Cafe?
Well, we opened up here in July, so we're a fairly new business here in Huntington Beach. We are no seed oils. We make all of our dressing sauces in-house. We smoke all of our bacon here in-house, slice it up in-house.
Love that. And I know you guys have a connection to Huntington Beach, so why'd you guys choose Huntington Beach to open up your business?
Well, I think that we're all from here. This is home. We're connected through the surf world. I'm president of Huntington Beach Board Riders. Nicole grew up in the track right across the street. We both went to Huntington High School, so most of our life's been here. And it's Surf City. Where else would you want to be?
That's right. I love it. All right. So if someone came in for the first time, what's like something they must order from the menu?
Breakfast burrito.
Anything with the bacon, for sure.
Anything with bacon. Ian's the master. Bacon or turkey. All the drinks are good. I mean,
the Banana Bliss latte is probably the most popular.
Nice.
Make all of the creams on top in-house as well. So they're fresh, they're good.
Cheers. That's another gem right here in Huntington Beach. So remember to shop local, support small, and keep Surf City thriving. See you guys at the next stop.
Butch asked where they're located, so Bouchard and Banning at the southwest corner, right across from Eater. So that's kind of a flavor for what we're trying to highlight, just more local businesses throughout the year. And I encourage residents to follow along, discover new local favorites, and support businesses that make Surf City home. And then for those businesses that are interested, it's all businesses across the board, manufacturing, restaurants, retail, doesn't matter. If you guys are interested in being featured, we're taking applications now at shoplocalhb.com. And we look forward to sharing these stories and recognizing the people and businesses that define Huntington Beach. So thank you guys.
Mayor?
Yeah.
Nice
So you like that? That was Cody. Cody did that logo. Or was it Dang? Dang. Yeah, Dang did it. Slick. All right. Next up is the community events announcement portion for 1 minute. So, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak for community event announcements?
We do. We have 6 speakers this evening for our community events announcements. The city will now receive public comments for community event announcements only. Each organization is allotted 1 minute for its announcements. When your name is called, please approach and use both podiums. State your name and organization for the record. Love, Andrea Robertson, Max Daffron, someone from HBPD, Director Ashley Wysocki, and our Treasurer Jason Schmidt.
Go ahead, Love. Yep.
Good evening, esteemed City Council. I'm so glad to be here. I love you all. Let's see, love what you do. Do what you love. My name is Love, and I'm the president of the Surf City Sand Dollars. And we put on the Miss Huntington Beach Scholarship Pageant every year in the fall. And every year in the spring, we have a Queen's Rose Garden ceremony. And that's what we're up here tonight to talk about, is that Rose Garden ceremony right out here behind the memorial. We have a rose garden that has about 60 rose bushes that have been planted in honor of about the past 60 some odd queens, although we've had over 100 queens in our existence as Sand Dollars, and also the Chamber of Commerce. That's what started it. But we put out a proposal. We're just kind of working on trying to get the sprinklers fixed and that type of thing so that we can rejuvenate and enhance the Rose Garden. Thank you. Happy New Year.
Thanks, Love.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I am Max Daffron, the president of the Huntington Beach Chamber of Commerce. Great to see you all again. Wanted to just shout out, we've got our Best of HB Gala event coming up February 13th. We've got finalists from all different industries here in Huntington Beach. We've got restaurants, we've got gyms, we've got manufacturers. Get out there, get those votes in. Voting closes at midnight next Monday. Also, I'm very happy and very excited to announce that the Huntington Beach Chamber of Commerce Taste of Huntington Beach event will be on its original date this Sunday, April 26th. We're very excited about the Taste of HB, great event to come out and to support your community. And finally, Chamber's very thankful at the city's focus on our business community. That's what it's all about, baby. We love it. Thank you.
Thanks, Max.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Andrea Robertson, and I have been hand watering the Queen's Rose Garden since spring due to the inactive sprinklers and irrigation system defaults to keep our beautiful garden thriving. I'm here tonight to plead with you and ask for help turning on and repairing sprinkler system, which is already in place. The Surf City Sand Dollars look forward to working more closely with our city, and we want to make our Rose Garden a destination for tourists, and we're the only kind in the United States and in the world that are affiliated with a city as a rose garden per se. So we really do need help with you repairing and keeping the rose garden watering. I've been hand watering it for some time now, and it's extremely labor intensive, but I'll continue to do it to keep our rose garden going. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, please state your name.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Ashley Wysocki, Director of Community and Library Services for the City of Huntington Beach. And I'd like to extend an invitation to our community and each of you to come see over 280 artworks by 166 local artists in the Centered on the Center exhibition at the Huntington Beach Art Center, which will be showing January 31st through March 21st. Each year, Huntington Beach Art Center centers the work of local artists with Centered on the Center, a non-juried, open call, literal floor-to-ceiling exhibition. For many local artists, Centered on the Center is their first public exhibition. For others, it's an annual tradition of sharing their latest artwork. So join us in celebrating these local artists. The opening reception is Saturday, January 31st from 6:30 to 9 p.m., and we hope to see you there. For more information, please visit huntingtonbeachartcenter.org.
Thanks, Ashley. State your name.
You see too much of me already.
I know.
I want to quickly thank all the city residents who came out to our second financial literacy workshop last week. We're going to be having our third workshop focused on banking services on February 11th from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. at Central Library. So please join us either online or in person. On a totally different topic, please raise your hand if you have been received at least one scam text this week. Oh, come on, it's got to be more than that. Okay. That should be pretty much everyone. Unfortunately, 30% of all Americans have been scam victims in the last year alone, with the average victim losing $1,600, and many of them are losing their life savings. I know what you're thinking, that's just old people getting scammed, right? Wrong. The group that gets scammed most frequently is actually our most tech-savvy generation, Gen Z. And that's precisely why the police department and the city treasurer's office are partnering together to expand our current quarterly tax and investment scams class at the Senior Center to begin a monthly class that's going to be offered at Central Library. Each month's going to feature a different topic starting tomorrow night with Scams 101 and Introduction to Scams at 6 p.m. in Talbot Room at Central Library, followed by our Valentine's Day special, our #1 scam type, which is romance scams. The classes are being taught by our dynamic super volunteer, Steve Levin, and are full of fun videos. I've attended multiple classes personally, and I learned a tremendous amount from each one. Steve's also going to be continuing his quarterly sessions at the Senior Center focused on seniors. I want to send a very special thank you to Chief Parra for sponsoring this, Haley Yantron in the police department, and Steve for all they've done, because they've done all the heavy lifting to make this possible. So please come out and join us tomorrow night.
Thanks, Jason. All right. So now we have an announcement of supplemental communications. Madam Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications?
Yes, we have supplemental communications. For item number 12 in the city manager's report, a memo and PowerPoint presentation received from Chow Vu, Director of Public Works. On the consent calendar, item number 17, 1 email. Item number 20, 1 email. And item number 21, updated and signed completion bond for building improvements associated with 21 and 22 Main Street.
Perfect. Now we have the public comments portion for agendized items, please. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
We have 9 speakers.
Please call them down.
The City Council will now receive public comments for agendized items on the open session agenda only. When your name is called, please approach, use both podiums, state your name and organization for the record. Mr. Amory Hansen, Pat Goodman, Tim Geddes, Ken Inouye, Roz Price, Russ Neal, Kathy Carrick, Jim Rossman, Chris Reaney, Sonia.
Come on up.
Got to shorten it for the midget over here.
Go ahead, Russ.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'd like to begin by acknowledging Robin Wood following the accommodation that was just presented by Mayor Casey McKeenan, recognizing her retirement from Robin's Nest. Robin's lifelong dedication to at-risk youth has changed communities and countless people in the lives of Huntington Beach. It has truly been an honor serving alongside her, walking in together in the 4th of July parade, supporting outreach efforts, and participating in donations directly to impact youth in our community, stability and guidance on their behalf. Her legacy of compassion and service will continue to shape community for generations. I'd also like to voice my continued support for agenda item 26032, approving the memorandum of understanding between the City of Huntington Beach and the Art League of Huntington Beach for the shared use space of Huntington Beach Central Library. As I've shared previously, this thoughtful sharing of space strengthens community, develops and supports an arts, and keeps public institutions vibrant and accessible. Lastly, regarding the agenda item 26062, I am in full support of the Patriot Place at the Civic Center. Patriotism runs deep in my family. My great-grandfather, 5 times over, Charles Carroll of Carrollton, signed the Declaration of Independence almost 250 years ago, and his brother went alongside him to sign the Constitution of the United States of America. It feels especially fitting that our beautiful city, one that so proudly honors service, freedom, and civic pride, is formally recognizing that spirit. It's truly an honor to to be here tonight and to have my family's legacy of patriotism continue with the city of Huntington Beach. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your leadership and dedication to our beautiful community. And as always, this is Roz Price, your Huntington Beach 2020-26 City Council candidate. I'm grateful to engage and proud to call this city my home. Thank you.
Jim, go ahead.
Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, City Attorney, Jim Rossman. I'm with the American Legion Post 133 in Huntington Beach, and I'm here to ask you to vote yes on our MOU to 26-037. That's it. Any questions? Let me know.
Thanks, Jim.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tim Geddes here. I'm speaking to Agenda Item 16, 26-301, the annual review of City Code of Ethics established in 1993 and amended just in 2024. A code which should guide all our City Council members and local leaders in their actions and decision-making, and should have applied since the current City Council majority was elected in 2022. This code requires our officials to pledge adherence to the terms of responsibility, fairness, respect, and honesty. Has this council honored this pledge? Clearly, it has not. While there are numerous examples of violations to all of these terms, I focus on one: respect. Has the City Council, especially in the past year, treated the public with patience, courtesy, civility, and respect, even when they disagree with what is best for the community and its citizens? Not even close. And when the boorishness of our past mayor violated this term, none of the council members or officials rose to call him out on it. Code blue. We need all of our civic officials to honor our city's code of ethics going forward, or it is meaningless. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Kenny Noway. I would like to thank the City Council for creating the Patriot Point Memorial, which is a memorial honoring U.S. service members and their families, and to honor and recognize the simple act of courage or patriotism by an amazing American, a Vietnam veteran and Purple Heart recipient, Zachary L. Martinez. That was an amazing ceremony. As an Army reservist during the Vietnam War, I did not serve in harm's way, but I was devastated by the lack of respect and dignity afforded our Vietnam vets. Even as a reservist, I recall times when I was called a babysitter, baby killer, and I was spat upon as I wore my uniform. I am proud of the fact that our city has taken the opportunity to honor our Vietnam veterans and the memory of Zachary L. Martinez in such a special way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. I thought that the veteran ceremony was great, and I really appreciate everything that you guys did to move that forward. I was just wondering if you guys, this is the Huntington Beach City Code of Ethics, and I was just wondering, did you guys ever read this, or didn't you understand it? Because I can truly look at each one of you that you've violated multiple times this code of ethic. It breaks my heart. It breaks a lot of citizens' heart. And I have 3 minutes, which I thought maybe I'd have one, so I don't have much more to say. But thank you so much for the invite for the City Hall meeting, 6 o'clock on the 22nd.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. We'll see you then.
No problem. Looking forward to it. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Chris Reaney, Huntington Beach native. At the last City Council meeting, this chamber was thronged by people in honor of Colby Ipa. To that end, the city is voting on Agenda Item 17 to celebrate Cody Ipa Day every September 18th. That's lovely, but that's easy. Why don't we do more? We could take a lesson from Santa Cruz. Mark Abbott was a promising 18-year-old surfer who died at Pleasure Point in 1965. His parents built a memorial lighthouse overlooking the spot. It became the world's first surfing museum in 1986. What's keeping us from doing the same? Johnson Favaro already has the possibility of a standalone surf museum. Let's seize this opportunity to do something really special. Huntington Beach likes to do the right thing. Let's do right by Colby. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mr. Amory Hanson. I'm speaking tonight in support of item 22, the Mayor and Councilman Burns' item to rename Patriot Place. This item will be an additional honor for Huntington Beach's veterans during America's semi-quincentennial. I would like to read a portion of the Ode to Operation Desert Storm. The full poem can be read on a plaque in the future Patriot Place. I encourage those interested to read it after the meeting. Quote, "The women and men, both young and old, who fought for the red, white, and blue are the greatest and best of the USA, and that's no brag, it's just true." End quote. Once again, I urge a yes vote on item 22. Thank you.
Thanks, Amory. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Russell Neal, and I live in Huntington Beach. I would like to commend this council for its great progress in addressing the city's needs and doing what you promised and what you were elected for, as detailed in today's strategic plan update. By taking a whole person approach rather than the state's ineffective housing first approach that ignores underlying problems, you have actually reduced homelessness and put people in permanent housing better than practically any other city in the state. As to the city's finances, it is easy for people to come down here and say you should do this or do that, but it's hard to actually improve things while meeting the needs and interests of 200,000 people. I think you're on the right track and commend you for your innovative thinking and attention to detail in managing our budget. But most of all, I want to thank you for standing up against the state's destructive and irrational policies and fighting for the American way of life we enjoy here in Surf City, USA. Forget the naysayers and continue to fight for this way of life as we celebrate our great country's 250th birthday. Balancing local control with central control is necessary for any state, nation, or organization. Retaining local control over local concerns like land use, local elections, and control of local police is essential to prevent the over-consolidation of power in the central government. Once again, thank you and good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Carrick. I'm here to speak on agenda item 10. And I'm here to say a few words about promises made and promises kept. 2025 was a year when many of the goals set by this council were met and even exceeded. There is no more powerful desire by any resident than for their families to be safe. A 26% decrease in crime proves that Huntington Beach is clearly trending in the right direction. Residents and business owners alike can now feel safer due to the increased use of advanced technology, improved and robust policing strategies, and wise budgeting, among other things this council has championed. A huge thank you to the HBPD and the City Council for their collaboration in making this significant accomplishment possible. I also want to specifically applaud the city for becoming a leader in the county and the country on e-bike safety. Huntington Beach launched the nation's first police-led student e-bike safety program. By focusing on education and hands-on training for our youth,
Rather than just citations, you've created a model that other Orange County agencies are now looking to follow. This program is a perfect example of how our city solves modern problems with innovation and community engagement. Bear in mind, in the interest of time, I have only highlighted 2 of the many accomplishments of this council in the last year. I want to thank the city's staff, our first responders, and this council for the hard work that goes on behind the scenes to make these accomplishments possible. Thank you for your leadership and for keeping HB safe, prosperous, and a place we are all proud to call home. Keep up the great work.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor McKeon and Council. This is regarding item 20, the rezoning. At the last council meeting, you revealed your priorities with a 6-1 vote with 1 abstention to rezone the corner of Golden West and Garfield from industrial to commercial, clearing the way for gas station and car wash. The council could have instead or in addition chosen zoning that supports housing, including much needed affordable or permanent supportive housing for seniors and people with disabilities. That option was not even considered, as far as I know. This decision reflects a troubling pattern, a lack of commitment to addressing Huntington Beach's housing needs. The city still has no viable housing plan, neither one that complies with the state mandated regional housing needs assessment, nor credible alternative of its own. By discouraging housing development, the council risks losing local control over planning altogether and inviting state intervention in city affairs. Is trading long-term community stability with short-term commercial projects really what residents want from their elected leaders? Housing should be a priority, not an afterthought. And I do agree with Mr. Neal's comment about the results of a couple of projects that have come online that were started a few years ago before any of these council members were installed that have really attributed to the decline in the number of homeless in our city. It is wonderful to see that and the progress that we've made, and my concern is because they take so long to develop, it's such a complicated financing that goes into building those facilities that we don't have anything like that initiated at this time. And I would really request you to consider looking at where we may zone for permanent supportive housing and get some projects going. They don't have to be big, but livable, safe, clean, affordable housing for our residents. And you'll have generations to thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now we have council committee appointment announcements. Council members, does anyone have any announcements? No? All right. AB 1234 reporting. Any reporting? Next one. Openness and negotiation disclosures. Anybody?
I had a call with the POA.
Awesome. I also met with the Police Officers Association on Friday, January 9th. Anybody else? All right.
I had a phone call with a representative from the POA.
Sounds good. All right. Now we'll move on to the city manager's report.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. The first item on our city manager report is an update of our 2023-2027 strategic plan. This will be the fourth biannual progress update, and Marissa Sir, our assistant city manager, will provide the staff report.
Marissa, before you start, if everyone recalls, in November, we tabled this to this moment now in the new year in January. Oftentimes, unfortunately, in the press and some comments here, there's comments made that we aren't focusing on the core function goals of city government. And of course, that's not true. But unfortunately, the press doesn't report on those things. I don't know why. Maybe it just doesn't get clicks. But the strategic plan was voted on and adopted after we got elected in 2023, and this set out goals that we wanted to achieve. And here we are 3 years later, and want to walk through some of those results. So it's very important, and we're going to take some time to go through it and just want to set that table. So thank you, Marissa.
Okay, good evening. As the mayor stated, I'll be providing a strategic plan update for you. As background, this was approved in October of 2023. This is our 4th biennial update, and these updates are in order to ensure transparency and accountability, alignment with the current resources and policies, and a regular opportunity for council to provide feedback and recommend amendments. Quick overview of the plan. It's comprised of 1 vision, 8 overarching goals, 23 strategies, 98 tasks, and 73 KPIs, or key performance indicators. Looking at our overall progress as of the end of last calendar year, we're at 62% completed, with 27% still in progress, 5 upcoming, and 6 on hold. All right, diving into our first goal, which is economic development. Looking at the accomplishments, we've launched the Streamlined Surf City program, which has completed 20 of its 28 initiatives. We've streamlined Olympic permitting to attract Olympic events and athlete practice facilities. This is to help through the permit process for those temporary events. We've advanced key initiatives, including downtown banners and peer pennant projects, supporting local businesses, the 'Tis the Season to Shop Local campaign, and we posted 2 Know Your City AM Connects. We've also created the HB Inspector app, which is to streamline the permitting process. With this, you can go in and schedule your inspections through the app. We've yielded a 23% increase in business certificates of occupancy, or CFO. And we've awarded contracts for lifeguard tower advertising and created free summer bike valet programs. Looking at the key KPIs on the right, this, I'll get into them, but it's a mixture of KPIs that have been able to measure over the last 18 months and some that are newer as we've developed them throughout the plan. So number of new business licenses, this is over the last 18 months, we've issued over 3,000. In the last year, we've done 50 business visits, and we've assisted 100. And then number of touches with brokers, property owners, and existing or prospective businesses, 125. Looking at future tasks, we'll be continuing to track the KPIs, implement our 2026 action plan, and continue with our business outreach.
Marissa, before you move on, so I just really want to emphasize the Streamline program. That was one of our campaign promises, and we all are really proud of that. We heard lots of complaints, especially from my colleague on the far right over here, Mr. Gruhl, about how critical it is to streamline City Hall to cut the red tape and roll out the red carpet for business. So you guys can see that stat right there, a 23% increase in business certificates of occupancy issued year over year. Thank you. That's a huge start. We're focused on it daily to get that number up. You'll see on the second bullet point, we then, after, the Olympics going down to San Clemente, great idea from staff and actually from former Councilmember Eric Peterson to bring that same program into the Olympic permitting process. So now we can attract Olympic events and business as all that tourism and industry is coming to California, coming to Los Angeles, that we're going to capture a lot of that. So we, spun off from the Streamline program to make sure we're absorbing as much business and investment as possible and dollars into our city. And then also that the HB Inspector app is key. It's huge. Inspectors, as people know, are very rare. It's hard to get them to come out to your house. And now we have an inspector app, so the resident can be at their home and then be FaceTiming with the inspector, who can then, over the phone, verify the inspection. And so now you're increasing his productivity exponentially, and that's getting homes remodeled faster, permits done, values created more quickly. So these are just really some really key points to focus on. And then the bottom, second from the bottom, work with the fire department, trying to find new sources of revenue that isn't going to tax our infrastructure. And so we had that lifeguard tower advertising program that you're going to see be coming forward, and we got some really good accounts that are going to advertise on our towers. So these are huge wins that we are really proud of.
All right, going on to goal number 2, fiscal stability. Under the accomplishments, we've secured $2.5 million in city utility and natural gas savings over 5 years. This is through working with Procure America. We've increased parking revenues by 122%. It's $1.2 million in 2025, and this is with enforcement efforts and updated fee schedules. We've added diagonal parking downtown to increase revenue by $95,000 per year. We've approved a balanced budget for fiscal year 2024 and 2024-25 and 2025-26, and we're on track to do so again this year. We've implemented the transient occupancy tax recovery audit for STRs. This is an ongoing project. We've established consolidated real estate programs to ensure collection of revenues and updating leases to current market rates and terms, and created a city lease review and optimization program. And we've also worked with a consultant to evaluate city-owned lease assets and implemented audits. This is also in progress in an effort to enhance our operations. Looking at our KPIs, we've gained a total valuation of grants awarded as $33.6 million, and we've filed 39 grant applications. For future tasks, we'll continue to evaluate and audit city-owned lease properties, continue balancing the budget initiatives, the balanced budget initiatives, and provide financial literacy workshops. That's something that's ongoing.
All right, also on this slide, and my colleagues, if you also want to jump in, but this is huge. Fiscal stability, we've touched on it before. We have structural financial budget issues that we've been trying to solve since we got on here that have go back decades. And so it's really focused on how can we optimize the city, how can we make it more efficient, how can we bring in the private sector to unclog some of these knots of government bureaucracy, make it more efficient. The parking revenues, those diagonal parking spaces downtown right in front of Tacos Los Cholos. I mean, that alone was a creative idea, brought another $100,000 a year. The TOT recovery audit of the short-term rentals. I mean, again, that's just holding people accountable, making sure we're getting our due tax from the STRs. Dawn and a bunch of us up here really focused on consolidating the real estate program and making sure that we're collecting the revenue that we're due on all our amazing assets, our over 101 leases in the city, and also bringing in our private sector experience to bring those leases to current market rates and terms. So we're protecting the tax-paying residents, our assets, to make sure we're getting fair market rates for our amazing real estate we have in the city. Next bullet point, the lease review and optimization program, same thing. So going through all 101 leases, are these fair? Are there any leakage? Are we getting everything we should as residents in the city? And so we're going through that. And then again, having a consultant come in and now doing audits on all our leases, going through all 101. Are we getting what our residents are due by leasing our amazing facilities to businesses? And so this is key. It's only 60% completed, but it's huge. It's a great start. It's 3 years of work here, and we're going to keep focusing on it.
If I may, Mayor.
Yeah.
You just see the bullet points up there, and it's easy to just go, that's just 10 bullets, but that equates to millions of dollars in new revenues and savings, recoveries, plugging leakage. So not to overstate that page, but there is a lot of upside in those bullets right there, and you articulated it very well. But there's a lot of good news happening right there on that page.
Well, that's a fair point, because there's a lot of meat on this bone, and that's why I really wanted to parse it out and show the residents how hard we've been working on all of this, in the background. And this is an opportunity to show you the fruits of our labor and show you these successes. I mean, we're extremely proud of it. I hope you are as well. And again, you're seeing a theme of fusing the private sector with government to make it more efficient and just really dusting off a lot of the rust that we have.
All right, goal number 3 is high-performing organization. Under our accomplishments, we again touch on the implementation of Streamline Surf City, and the HB Inspector app. We've also implemented 26 citywide professional development training programs. This is for employees. We've launched the new city website, and we've streamlined the Olympic permitting process as well. Looking at future tasks, we'll continue advancing the Streamline Surf City initiatives. We will launch an online performance evaluation system for city staff and create a workforce efficiencies by automating and streamlining department workflows. Looking at our KPIs, we've got an Acela customer service satisfaction rating of 4.75 out of 5. We have a number of permanent applications processed and completed. So looking at the number processed, it's over 15,000, and completed is 11,600. Number of certificates of occupancy issued is 1,093.
So just Jennifer, a question on Streamline. So the amazing results we've had so far, I mean, what percentage are we even on that in terms of full build out, do you think?
Of Streamline?
Yeah.
We're probably 70% or so. We are working on the last few initiatives.
Okay.
But of course, to us, Streamline is ongoing.
Right.
So as we complete initiatives, we have staff bringing up other things that we could do. So it's kind of like an evolving dynamic program where we'll always be trying to look for ways we can make improvements to the process.
Perfect. Yeah, just to emphasize that we had amazing results and obviously still a lot more potential to go. Andrew?
I mean, from the perspective of running a city like a business, we're faced with the speed with which technology is advancing right now, especially with the implementation of AI. I mean, even in the private sector, it's hard to keep up with it. You get whiplash. But one of the most important things is that the city doesn't fall too far behind, because there's a million cliches about government being so slow, and it's just like, the DMV is still stuck in like 1995. But the goal here is that we as a city are moving at the same pace as private business, and we are giving our residents and the prospective businesses the opportunity to step in here, open a business, and generate revenue, with the main goal of not trying to squeeze the residents and visitors of every single dollar that they have by virtue of increasing taxes, increasing fees. There's only two ways in which money is going to come into the city. We can increase revenue by bringing in new businesses, bringing in more heads, bringing more people in here, or we can increase taxes. That's a downward spiral. That's the lazy way out. So it's about making sure that the engine is moving as smoothly as possible, and Streamline HB is ultimately the lubricant that helps us to be able to do so.
Well said. All right.
Moving on to goal number 4, which is homelessness. Giving a quick recap on the number of homeless who have exited to permanent housing: 2023, 56, 24, 78, and 25, 79. So we've seen an increase over the years. We've reduced the Navigation Center costs to the city by $205,000 and created efficiencies with less staff. We've built a network of 25 organizations, including nonprofits and religious groups, to assist with needs and services. We've collaborated with congressional representative to secure $850,000 in federal funding for the Navigation Center. And we've supported the business community by developing trespass enforcement letters issued by the police department. Looking at our KPIs, we have a significant number of volunteer hours that are booked. We're at 126,123. That's a new KPI for us this past year. Number of BeWell services referrals and clients, over 8,000. And number of clients housed through the system of care, 121. Looking at future tasks, we'll explore funding options for the Pathways project, continue to develop that project as well, and continue to work with the county, CalOptima, and other partners.
So this one was particularly important to us because when we were campaigning, Pat, Tony, Casey, and I, in 2022, the number one issue that the community would bring up was homelessness. And you couldn't walk the first 3 blocks without running into 3, 4, 5 homeless people. And that's what we set out to fix. So on one of our first meetings, we sat down with Chief Para, and we asked him, we said, Chief, this can't go on. Tell us what you need from us. What tools do you need so you guys can go out and get this done? And they did. They did an amazing job. And the best part is that we found people homes. We found people resources that they needed. We didn't just push them off to the next neighboring city the way we see other cities doing. And we've been working really, really hard on this. We have monthly updates with our homeless task force, who has been wonderful. They come out downtown. And everybody that's gone out there has seen the difference. People aren't really talking about the homelessness anymore because it has improved significantly. And the fact that people are pointing out other issues, I mean, we're even starting to talk about coyotes again, which nobody even talked about because the homelessness was such a big problem. So I want to thank our homeless task force. They've done an amazing job. We've had people who have come out to let us know how the homeless task force has helped them and found them homes and resources and jobs and counseling. And we took a compassionate approach to it. So I'm particularly proud of this. Downtown is cleaner, it's better. And even people who don't agree with us, it's safe. I mean, we have to admit that it is much safer to walk downtown than it was back in 2022. And that's thanks to our police department as well as fire department used to constantly be out there answering to calls about homeless people. So I want to thank our first responders, our homeless task force, the community for being so persistent and bringing this issue forward. And I'm very glad that we don't hear about this all the time. And even though we don't talk about it, the fact that we're not is a testament as to how much better things have gotten around the city of Huntington Beach. There's still a lot more work to do. We're still not done. We're still fighting with the state, fighting with the county. We're trying to collaborate better with the county. Janet Nguyen, our supervisor, actually wants to expand some of the resources, maybe send us some resources locally so that us as a city, we know what our homeless people need, how to serve them better. We're different than Newport Beach. Our homeless population is different than Seal Beach, it's different than Laguna Beach, it's different than Long Beach. So it would be really great to have those funds here so that we can kind of cater to the needs of our homeless population here. So thank you to everybody that put so much effort into this.
Marissa, before we move on, I want to make sure the people at home can see this slide that's on the screen. Yeah, of course. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, as Gracie said, it's been a holistic approach, but I want to give credit where credit's due. They came out, they take a lot of negativity, we all do sitting up here, and that's just part of the deal. It's no big deal. But the praise you guys should get, because it's this goal, achieving these goals, started with a statement, a commitment, and you made that commitment, a bold statement, reduce the homeless. I remember on the contract for the city, and you fulfilled that and you're continuing to do so. So there's a lot of players that have helped with the success, but the bottom line is it started with a statement and a commitment that you four made, and you followed through, and you're gonna continue, we all will, but I really wanna commend you guys for making that statement and then following through, because it's easy to say something, it's not quite as easy to fulfill a commitment. You've done it, you're continuing to do it, we'll do it, and God bless you guys for that. Good work.
Thanks, Don. But if we go put that slide back up on the screen for the viewers at home. Thank you. So I really want to emphasize the numbers. So 2023, 56 people exited homeless into permanent housing. So off the street, through the navigation center, into permanent housing. 2024, 78 people. 2025, I just talked to Jessica and our homeless task force. That number actually got revised up to 80. These last 3 years, we've achieved the record homeless reduction numbers in the history of our city. Those are all-time records. And it's something we should all be proud about. We thank the homeless task force, our police, the community, the collaborations with our 25 organizations working together, but we've shown that this problem can be solved. Like, we are a model for the state, and other cities have come to us as the gold standard, learning how we're being so successful with reducing our homelessness. And so this is one of the things, I know I speak for Grace and my colleagues up here, is my most proudest achievement so far to date, being on council, is those stats. And again, these are historic homeless reduction numbers in the history of our city. Thank you.
One more thing, Casey.
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to point out that we are going to need volunteers. They're taking their point-in-time counts. Right now, we do this every year where they go out to the homeless population, find out how many people still need help. Does anybody here have information as up to what dates? The 27th?
Yeah, January 27th.
Yeah, and you can sign up. I think you can also find information on our Facebook page. Our city Facebook page has a link. If you would like to volunteer to go out and help with the point-in-time count, you can register through the website. Thank you.
Thanks, Marissa.
All right, going on to goal number 5, housing. Under our accomplishments, we created the 2025 legislative platform supporting local control, and we continually monitor legislation and reviewing intergovernmental council actions. The result of these efforts is ensuring efficiently providing input to state legislation. The city's in the top 5 for Orange County affordable housing portfolio size, and we've adopted a sober living and group home ordinances. Under future tasks, we continue to monitor legislation related to local control of land use planning and continue to participate in regional agency efforts related to housing policy. Looking at our KPIs, number of housing and sober living related policy positions taken by City Council, it's 51. Regarding housing, it's 34 letters issued in 2025. We've also have a number of households receiving TBRA and rehabilitation, 76, and number of code enforcement violations investigated and enforced, over 6,000.
And TBRA is tenant rental assistance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And also, just on this slide, it's another misstatement in the press that we don't have affordable housing or we don't deliver affordable housing, but that stat shows it right there. We're top 5 in Orange County for delivering affordable housing in our portfolio, and that's right at where we are ranked in the county in terms of size. So we are meeting our, as the state would say, our fair share. And so that's another misstatement that we aren't, that we don't have affordable housing or we're not developing affordable housing. So I just want to make that point clear. Thank you.
All right, going on to goal number 6, infrastructure investment. Under the accomplishments, we have the Banning Street beautification and traffic safety upgrades and the 17th Street pedestrian safety striping upgrades. We also have the Central Library fountain repair, which is in progress, and the completed Marina Park and Car Park conceptual plans. That's actually mistitled in here. Continuing process of the Edison Park improvements as well. The beach playground upgraded and reopened, and we began renovations on the beach restroom facilities with inspections, upgrading, and repairing. We've completed the Davenport Lift Station project and enhanced the specific events policy and procedures and presented to City Council's specific events committee. We've also approved the water well project. I'm going to hop over to the future tasks. We also recently presented the citywide park and recreation master plan that's under future, but it's completed at this point. Looking at KPIs, number of beach restrooms under renovation is 5. Number of events by location, these are all in 2025, 38 at the beach, 14 Central Park, 4 at the sports complex, 5 downtown Main Street, and 4 other locations. Number of special event permits issued, 143, and percent of facilities assessed is 95. Looking at our future tasks, we'll complete our Central Park master plan, complete the Heil Pump Station project, and the Hamilton and Magnolia Complete Streets projects.
Perfect. And just on this, again, we're told that we're not focused on infrastructure, we're not focused on potholes or paving our streets, but of course we are. So this is a great list of infrastructure projects that have been started and completed. Banning Street right by my house, that was a huge issue with speeding. Right by Eater, that project's beautiful if you guys have been down there. It's right by Board Riders Cafe, which we highlighted earlier, so go check it out. The fountain repair, people had questions about that. That's in process. I'm sure you can imagine when the facility has been down for that long, as you get in there and start tinkering around, like some other issues pop up, but we're getting through that. Highly confident we'll get the fountains back and going. That's a continued project that we're working on. The beach playground upgraded. I'm sure you guys saw that. That's an amazing playground. I mean, where else could you have a playground on the beach, on the sand, on the Pacific Ocean? It's amazing. Obviously, the salt air, destroys it, so we've put in some new materials to upgrade that. I go by it all the time with my children. It's amazing. Davenport Lift Station. People think that's boring, but that's huge to get all the wastewater from the islands back up, lifted up over to OC Sand, down by my house in Southeast. Specific events permits, we've streamlined that process to bring in more specific events, but to do it responsibly, right, with our residents and neighbors in mind to make sure that's a great amenity to the community. And then the water well project, we touched on that last year. That's obviously huge. We have probably the highest aquifer of water beneath our feet in Orange County. So getting these well projects up and running continues to make sure that we have fresh water for our community. Thank you.
Looking at goal number 7, it's public engagement. Under our accomplishments, we've placed riptide warning signs on the pier and lifeguard towers for public safety, implemented numerous community-wide events in partnership with the citywide celebration committee. We ensure ASCON participation at the regular Southeast area meetings and provide updates to the community. We use social media posts to enhance community engagement and highlight city programs. We have the Surf City Weekly, which provides timely city news updates. The city treasurer and city attorney last year conducted community meet and greets. There are also the financial literacy workshops offered to the public, which I touched on previously. The community engagement through Citizens Academy and Junior Citizens Academy. And we held 2 budget community town halls in 2025. Looking at our KPIs, number of website visitors, views, and average engagement, $1.5 million, $1.5 million visitors, 4.2 million views, and 49 seconds is the average engagement time. Number of calls to the call center, over 29,000. Number of social media engagements and impressions, 2 million, and 26.5 are impressions of the million. And number of online videos created, 575. Looking at our future tasks, we will create a city policy for website management and content cleanup. This is just an ongoing maintenance process for us, and we'll expand our digital content, PSAs, and safety awareness campaigns for fire and police with an overall goal of community engagement.
Again, not to minimize these statements, you look at the top bullet right there. You go, oh, that's just some signage there regarding riptides. Well, I'm proud to announce I did part of the State of the City, and my part was on marine safety. Last year, we had 0 drownings in the city of Huntington Beach. So collectively, it's great marine safety with the fire department. Even signs like this, bringing awareness to an uninformed tourist who might not understand a riptide, potentially, I guarantee, has saved lives. So it's just a bullet up there. But the breadth, the magnitude of what a sign can do in the testament to 0 drownings last year is phenomenal. So it's much more than a bullet.
I'm good. No, I think the slide speaks for itself, and we're going to continue to increase public engagement, and really proud of these efforts, so thank you.
All right. Going on to Goal 8, public safety. Under our accomplishments, overall crime is down 26% in the city. We've implemented the Breathe Safe HB program, a community-wide opioid response initiative, which the fire department has highlighted here previously. Completed construction of the real-time crime center and completed the special events policy. Created a city cyber response plan. We implemented an e-bike safety program for public and passed e-bike safety ordinances. We passed ordinances restricting the sale of and distribution of kratom and nitrous oxide. Passed ordinance setting minimum distance requirements from smoke shops to sensitive areas, and implemented a cutting-edge drone as first responder or DFR program. Under our KPI highlights, we've had 3 Breathe Safe events, and we have 308 youth enrolled in the Fire Explorers program. Looking at our future tasks, we're looking to hire real-time crime center specialists to staff the crime center, developing a new customer service model in the fire department, and continue to fill the police and fire vacancies.
Go ahead, Bush. Yeah, yeah, go for it.
Because I have some comments and I have some questions.
Oh, on this slide?
Shut up until the end.
Well, no, it's. You have on this slide? You want to talk?
Sure.
Yeah, go for it.
First, I want to thank the entire staff that helps put together all this stuff. I work with these guys every single day. I see these people every single day, and I watch how hard they work. And I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart, because it makes our jobs a heck of a lot easier. I look at every single person there. I see them every single day. You, some of you. I see, and thank you. It does make work a lot easier. I'm kind of a sports guy. I like sports, and so I pay attention a lot to, say, the sports complex, but also sports that might come to Huntington Beach. And I'm really, really focused on the Olympics right now. I went to I'm our SCAG representative, Southern California Association of Government. I'm our representative for this region, and that takes me to Los Angeles once a month. And I sit with, I don't know, a couple hundred other representatives from all over Southern California, Riverside County, San Bernardino County, Orange, LA, Ventura. And our speaker 2 months ago he was the head of LA 28. And his whole speech, or his whole presentation 2 months ago was, he needs help, they need help. LA is out of hotel rooms. LA cannot handle any more. Their transportation grid cannot handle any more than what they've already got coming in 2028. And they go, we need Orange County's help. And I'm going, wow, this is going to be the best meeting I've ever been to, because they're actually talking about Orange County. And I went up and talked to him afterwards, and I said, hey, I'm from Huntington Beach. He goes, we're going to need you guys. And I go, he goes, he asked me if I knew somebody that worked at VHB, and I said, yeah, I know him. He goes, well, I had lunch with him yesterday. He's retired now, but he has been working on bringing Huntington Beach into the Olympic fold somehow. And that's whether it's sponsoring a team or sponsoring a country, and all the above. There's a lot of opportunities for Huntington Beach out there. So, Marissa, can you give me 30 seconds on what you think Huntington Beach's angle is, how we're going to approach this, and how we're going to get Olympic people, Olympic events, Olympic practicing, whatever it might be here in Huntington Beach?
Sure. We actually have a policy that we've developed in order to help streamline the process for permitting, as I mentioned before, and I'll let Jennifer Villaseñor speak to that. But then beyond that, we've also had discussions with the OC Sports Commission on what we can do to attract visitors and events related to the Olympics in LA 2028 at that time, and I'll turn that over to Ashley to speak to that as well.
Go for it.
Okay, so on the OC Sports Commission front, we were at a meeting last week with the OC Sports Commission. Maybe some of you are not aware, but the Winter Olympics have just kicked off in 2026. And so they will really start strategizing on how to bring teams and representation for Huntington Beach at the end of the 2026 Olympic season. But right now we have an internal working team of staff that is working together to talk about strategies on how to attract teams and venues into Huntington Beach practice venues. And then additionally, we worked with the Community Development Department on the community library services side to streamline our specific events process. So should an interested party approach us, our typical process takes a little bit longer to onboard events. But for this, within 2 weeks of being approached by somebody who's interested in standing up an event in Huntington Beach, we will begin the specific event process with them. So we're looking to not only streamline our application process, but also continue having a seat at the table with the OC Sports Commission so that when they are ready to have these serious conversations about welcoming countries into Huntington Beach, we're there and ready to accept those.
Okay, well, that's fantastic, and I'm happy to hear that. I mentioned to Marissa today, when I was at the last SCAG meeting, I spoke with the mayor of Culver City, and they just wrapped up the Netherlands. The whole Netherlands Olympic team is going to be staying in, is going to be living and being transported from Culver City. And I talked to the mayor of Mission Viejo, and they have like the whole German swim and dive team that's going to stay and practice down there. And each city, as you probably know, is kind of responsible for transporting the athletes to their venues. So we don't have to pay for it. It's the Olympic committees for those countries will pay for it. We just have to be in the right place at the right time. And I said, I'm not really interested in badminton. If we could get a really good sport here, that would be fantastic. Maybe basketball or something. So anyway, go ahead, Marissa.
Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Was somebody? Oh, Jennifer.
Well, I'll just add very quickly. So the policy that we developed covers both special events on public property, and also we cleared the path for if there's an existing private facility that wants to be utilized for the Olympics for training or living accommodations for any of the teams or athletes. We essentially created a policy that clears the path through the Development Services Department to get everything done. I think our turnaround would be a week for like plan review. We will be foregoing the entitlement process until after the Olympics, so it would suspend any lengthy planning process. So that's what we've done. We have it already in place.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to make just a couple comments, public safety-wise, and I'll be fast. I know that everybody's looking at me saying, get done with this. I visited a firehouse yesterday. Huh? You did? Yeah, I did. And I met with, and many of you in here have met Dr. Ram. I think we're the only fire department in at least in Orange County that has a doctor on staff that's actually a sworn fireman. And they just yesterday, I'm looking at the chief over there, they just yesterday commissioned, they've trained, I believe all the medics are now trained, and we're the only fire station in all of Orange County, or the only fire department in all of Orange County, and I'm not going to be able to say this word right, but we have a laryngoscope, right? How do you say it, Chief?
Laryngoscope.
A laryngoscope. You wonder what a laryngoscope is? Well, you hope you don't ever have, you're not ever going to need it, but we've watched enough medical programs where we've watched people get intubated, get the tube down the throat in a hospital or in a field situation. Well, this thing is a TV screen, a little TV screen of probably about 4 inches in diameter, and it's hooked up to what they call the blade, which is kind of the guide where the hose the hose gets fed down your throat, but it's got a TV camera on the end of it. So the medics, our firefighters, our medics can look at the TV screen as they're putting the intubation tube down your throat to make sure it goes to your lungs and not to your stomach, which is a good thing, I believe, when you're getting intubated. And we're the only fire department in all of Orange County to have that technology today. And I think every truck has a laryngoscope on it right now. Is that right, Chief?
You did a great job.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And then not to leave out my pals over at the police department, but I might have touched on this at another meeting, but as you know, our police department, and it's kind of, you know, one of my little projects I'm kind of overseeing or watching, and that is the development of a crime laboratory, a real CSI crime laboratory for the Huntington Beach Police Department. And we got some really good news, you know, a couple months ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, and that is that Golden West College wants to partner with the Huntington Beach Police Department and basically donate the space, build the space, and start an educational program at Golden West College for maybe future CSI crime scene students, and we're going to actually have a hopefully a DNA lab there before the end of the year. That's kind of the goal. It may go into next year, but we're going to have a DNA lab here in Huntington Beach, and there's only one other DNA lab in all of Orange County, and the Orange County Sheriffs have it. So we should be rocking and rolling with a great, you know, our great fire department, our great police. I mean, our whole public safety is just fantastic, and I thank you guys and applaud you. That's it.
All right,
oh, can I say one more thing?
What?
Huntington Beach Police are also the lead, or the #1 agency, the most recognized agency possibly in the United States for e-bike safety training. They're the model for all e-bike safety training for all police departments in California. They've basically, other police departments come down here. I've been to a couple of the safety, you know, trainings they do over at one of the elementary schools. And there's multiple police forces there helping with the training. And so we have a model, you know, police department and a model e-bike safety training program here in Huntington Beach. And that's, you know, kudos to the Huntington Beach Police for that too. So thanks, that's it. I'll stop now.
Perfect. And before we move on, control room, can we put the public safety slide back up just real quick? All right. Just want to emphasize the first bullet point. Tony always touched on it. We always say it. The #1 role of government is public safety. Overall crime is down 26% in the city. That is huge. Everything flows off of public safety. I mean, that number jumps off the page. That makes our community feel safe, makes people want to shop at our businesses. You know, new businesses want to invest here, like Champagne's. That's going in the old IHOP on Main Street. That's a huge stat that should not be glossed over. Really proud of it. And again, we want to show this to the community so you guys can be proud of how your tax dollars are being spent and invested, and it's yielding results. Overall crime is down 26% in the city. That's amazing. So thank you, police department, everybody.
Two really quick anecdotes to prove that too, because a lot of times we just look at numbers on the page. #1, before I got on city council, our restaurant was broken into. The police were there instantaneously. They were taking fingerprints, following up immediately. They had no idea who I was. They were just doing their job, and they were very serious about it. They followed up. They drove through the parking lot on multiple occasions thereafter. We've had multiple issues just, you know, with people coming through at the restaurant. Police always shows up. In addition to, I speak with the general manager at Restaurant Depot. So there was a very sophisticated kind of crime cartel that was going up and down the West Coast, and they were hitting Restaurant Depots because they have a ton of cash. It's a cash and carry store, and they were doing smash and grabs in the window. And, you know, at one point, me and my team members actually, over a 5-year period, we had like 4 or 5 cars broken into at various times. They've completely cut that out. I just caught up with the general manager there a few weeks ago. They followed the guys moving out of town. They had to get them before they went into LA, because that's like the promised land. Once they get into LA, then they're actually given $100,000 checks for committing crimes. So I'm really you know, proud to be able to provide this anecdotal evidence from a business owner's perspective, as well as talking to all of the other business owners in Huntington Beach, because those are the things that are going to bring people into the city to continue opening more businesses.
I'd just like to use a quick sports analogy. You know, you might have the best players in the league, but if you don't attain the ultimate goal, the winning, they never fire the players, they fire the head coach. We are fortunate to have the 2 greatest leaders of our 2 biggest departments sitting on bookends right here, Chief McCoy and Chief Parra. I like to praise them. They get a lot of praise. They deserve it. But without great leadership, you will not get great results. So it does start at the top. It's a culture, it's a credo, and these two gentlemen deliver with leadership. That's why we have incredible police and incredible fire and crime down. Leadership matters.
All right.
All right, so that's the end of our goals. However, we did want to include some additional city council initiatives to highlight as well. We've implemented a new contract summary form to provide great taxpayer transparency for contracts and agreements coming to council for approval. Now that's an attachment for those looking at the agenda packets online. That's an attachment that's included in every item that comes to council for a contract to be awarded. We've initiated a new process for post-CIP completion to be presented to council, highlighting the project's end result and budgetary fiscal performance. I believe we have a couple of those slated for the city manager reports following this. We've initiated a business develop ad hoc committee to support local businesses, initiated a feasibility and exploration of a community garden with aquaculture, initiated review of downlink technology and a DNA lab program, as Councilman Twining mentioned, with the police department, created downtown landscape beautification advisory group, repainted downtown bollards and updated new street pedestrian safety striping, restricted the sale and distribution of kratom and banned synthetic kratom, restricted the sale and distribution of nitrous oxide, and we're in the process of updating MOUs with our volunteer organizations.
Just, you know, fun ones to talk about is obviously Andrew and Pat's community garden and aquaculture. That's an amazing project. That's, I think everyone's excited about. And then really proud about the, you know, just downtown on Main Street, just getting in there, repainting the bollards and updating the new street, the pedestrian safety striping, really cleaning it up. We have our amazing community garden club, the ladies that are down there, and one gentleman, Mr. Shoup, down there, just fixing the planters, cleaning up, making it beautiful. We have a lot of plans for Main Street this year. Really want to get it kicked into high gear for the 250th celebration, the semi-quincentennial. Independence Day is going to be massive, the parade and the festivities. So really proud about that. I've had a lot of comments, people saying how much better it is, especially the businesses down there. So it's a really good list of some current initiatives that we're working on that we'll bring to completion. Yeah.
I just want to ask Chief Parr one question. Are we I can't see you, but are we currently testing downlink right now? Do we have it installed? I heard that we might be already beta testing it.
So we are beta testing it in one of the helicopters right now.
Okay.
It's and we'll come. We gave you the report. I think last session or the session before on the update that we needed in 2 more, and we're looking for funding for that. But right now we do have 1.
Excellent. That's pretty exciting stuff too. Thank you.
Thanks, Marissa. Good, Don.
Yeah, one of the points I wanted to point out is, you know, a lot of talking here tonight, but you know, you read about it every day. The deaths, you know, the FDA reporting, you know, more kratom-related deaths. So us, you know, that ordinance we passed there for the distribution of kratom and synthetic kratom, that has a lot of merit because that is a dangerous new synthetic, and you read about it all the time. More deaths. So that was smart.
Perfect. Yep.
All right, finishing up, some major highlights in addition to what we've already discussed. The city's been ranked best beach by residents in the OC Register, #1 for the city beach, #2 for HB State Beach, ranked 10th healthiest city in America in Wallet Hub, #9 in happiest city in America, and 10th best city for people with disabilities. This is still very much a work in progress, but we're approaching 2/3 completion on this with about a little bit upcoming still and some on hold as well, 6% on hold. And that's it.
Perfect. Thank you. Again, I appreciate everyone, you know, we appreciate letting us take time, but it's important. It's a lot of work over 3 years with great results, and really just wanted to give it its due justice and thank everyone involved in the city and up here on the dais. It's been a team effort, and we're really proud of it. All right. Moving on the city manager's report, we have the study session regarding entering into a memo of understanding with Landify to conduct a feasibility study to enhance an undeveloped area of Huntington Central Park East. City manager, please introduce the report.
Yes, we have some Landify here today, and I will have Ashley Wysocki, our Community and Library Services Director, introduce our speakers.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'd like to introduce Chris Cole, Facilities and Development Manager, and Jonathan Bryden, President at Landify ECT, to present this evening's study session on an opportunity to enter into an MOU with Landify.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I come before you this evening with a concept, an idea, if you will, about how we can take the old abandoned, defunct outdoor gun range in Huntington Central Park and transform it into usable public open park recreational space. So you might be asking, how might that be possible? And as Ashley had mentioned, I have here tonight Jonathan Bryden from the company called Landify, and together we put together a PowerPoint that will indeed show you how that might be possible. So you also might be wondering, is this concept realistic? Is it possible? Would it even be feasible? So Jonathan and his team from Landify are prepared to go into the site and do some in-depth studies to answer those questions for us. So if there is interest among you for us to have those questions answered, we would come back to you at some time in the future with a proposed memorandum of understanding that would allow Jonathan and his team to go into the site, conduct those studies, and get back to us with those answers. Is this concept realistic? Is it possible? And is it feasible? So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with the presentation. So as I mentioned, the purpose of the study is to collect feedback from you, the City Council, on whether or not to allow Landify to go into that site underneath a memorandum of understanding and can conduct those necessary studies to indeed tell us if this concept of transforming that space into open park recreational space is possible, realistic, and feasible.
Just to start off with just a few words on Landify and who we are and what we do. So Landify is the US subsidiary of Group ECT. Group ECT was created in the 1970s in the Paris area of France. And it started with the construction or the reuse of dirt that was generated by the big constructions that were happening at the time in Paris. And since then, the company completed more than 100 different projects in France and Europe. We work on a very diverse range of situations. We work on derelict sites, we work on polluted former industrial brownfields, on quarries, on illegal dump sites, on disregarded sites or environmental sensitive areas. So really a very broad range of sites that we try to heal. We work on projects to develop things, heal them first, and then develop things that are useful for the communities. We developed, as I mentioned earlier, more than 100 sites in a very broad range of types of sites. We started with parks and diversified into recreational areas, equestrian centers, renewable energies, any kind of land use development we're capable of delivering, and all of this is done through partnerships with cities, communities, any kind of land users, basically. We started our operations in California around 4 years ago, and we're currently working on 12 projects in California. We're working, for instance, in the San Francisco Bay with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and the Coastal Conservancy on helping them import dirt to consolidate levees in the South Bay of San Francisco. We're working with the city of Chula Vista on a project on their property. It's going to be the future university project for the city of Chula Vista, and they're going to need green areas, so we're importing dirt in preparation for this project. We're also working with the city of Vacaville near San Francisco on the redevelopment of one of their parks, and we're creating different areas, including a bike park, which is going to be a very interesting project. We started importing materials and dirt last year for this project, and we hope to complete it within the next few years. And we're also working on other projects with other cities and other kinds of types of pieces of land, like quarries or even illegal dump sites. The business model that we developed throughout the years is fairly simple. It's really, when you think about construction, when you're building something or destroying, you need to get rid of the dirt. And so the way for us is we see this, most of the people see this as a waste, we see this as a resource. And so the idea is to take this dirt, obviously making sure that it's clean, and so all the the key of our expertise is in the traceability, making sure that we know where the dirt is coming from. It's been through all the analytical process, so we know it's clean, and then we get the dirt and we reuse this dirt in creating landforms that we develop, and then on the landforms, we develop whatever the community needs and in consultation with the community. So that's really how the process works, and it's really a partnership, public to private partnership. We work with all the stakeholders, including cities, landowners, and communities, to define what is required in a specific area. None of our projects look alike. They really depend on what is required by the local communities, and we co-design those projects, and then we deliver those projects for the communities. So that's really the way our model works, is first identifying pieces of land where we think that there is a potential, and so that's the case in your city with the project that we're looking at. Then we will work on defining what is required, and then once we have the project, we have all the authorization, we go through all the authorization process, then we start importing the dirt in order to deliver the project, and then once we've created the landform, we redevelop the project. And obviously, when we welcome the dirt, our customers, which are the construction companies, are paying us a tipping fee. That's 100% of our revenues, and those tipping fees are used to fund the projects that we're developing. So when I mentioned the 100 projects that we developed in Europe, all of them were funded through the tipping fees that we're developing. So that's also saving money for the communities by using the money that the construction companies are saving as well on their side, because they are going less far than they would go today. When you have a construction project in your city, you need to know that the dirt that's generated from your project can go as far as the desert, as far as Corona, very, very far from your city. So what we are trying to do is intercept those flows and reuse locally the dirt and the money generated through the dirt to fund the projects that we're developing. So that's really the whole process and the whole business model that we've developed for the past 50 years in Europe and for the past 4 years in California. Just to give you an example of the redevelopment that we're currently working on, so the project I mentioned in Vacaville, it's going to be the redevelopment of a flat park. Today it's a park owned by the city. It's flat. The city wanted to redevelop it and to create different activities, including a bike park. And obviously the funding was not there, and so we stepped in and started working with the city and the community on defining exactly what the bike park needed to look like. And once we did that, then we got obviously all the permits and the studies. And then what we're doing at the moment, we are creating the landform by importing dirt and generating the budget that's going to be used at the end to develop the bike park on top of the landform. So that's really what we're doing at the moment in Vacaville, and we would love to do it in your beautiful city as well.
And so on this slide, you can see the proposed area of focus. Again, it is the old abandoned gun range that you can see here in this diagram. It's tucked up against the back side of the sports complex on the northern tip of Sully Miller Lake. That's there off of Ellis Avenue. And so it's approximately about 8 acres of real estate that we're looking at. It is currently unusable due to the contaminants in the soil from the use of the gun range activity. And is currently designated as park open space already, and that space is also part of the Central Park Master Plan. It is today. So it is something there for us to enjoy should we find a way to work through the mitigation issues. And so the next step would be, if there is interest, to bring a memorandum of understanding back here to council at some point in time in the future that would allow Jonathan and his team at Landify to conduct those studies to tell us whether or not this is going to be something that is actually realistic, possible, and feasible. For them to conduct the studies, there's no financial risk to the city. It is all on the dime of Landify to pay for those different consultants that will be used to do those studies. And then the city, the part of the next steps would be that should the Landify go ahead and make that investment into those studies, they come back to us that yes, this is a concept that will work to mitigate the issues and to be able to put forth a new park open space issue. We could not take those test results and then run off to another company and do the exact same thing with another company. We would have to go with Landify with their findings on whether or not this is a feasible project or not. The additional next steps would be, should this study prove that the concept is feasible and realistic, that would begin the community input process. And we do that through the vehicle known as the Central Park Master Plan Update. And so much like we did with Car Park, Marina, and Edison, we let the community tell us what they want in park facilities. So it's not us deciding what we think the public wants, it's them telling us what they want in these park open spaces. Is it pickleball? Is it racquetball? Is it tennis? Is it simply just park recreational space with trails going through it? So we let the community have a chance to tell us what their needs and wants are for those spaces. If it is feasible, again, we will consult with the city attorney's office to make sure that there are no conflicts with Measure C and Measure L. You're all familiar with Measure C. Measure L was the ballot measure that was passed to build a sports complex. So being the close proximity to the gun range, we'd make sure that there's no conflicts with Measure L as well. We'd also, again, bring back a contract. So should we say this is going to work, let's go ahead and move forward, we'd bring a contract that would spell out the scope of work, and the project details for Landify to go ahead and conduct the import of soil and then build us that recreational facility that we desire. And then also, depending on what the community tell us they want out there, is it just passive park space with trails, or is it something more robust, a more built-out recreational facility of some sort? So there's a big variety of what that end product would look like in terms of cost and scope. And again, we would let the community tell us what their needs and wants are for that. And so with that, that concludes the presentation, and we'll open up for any questions you might have.
Any questions? Andrew?
Thank you so much for the opportunity, the overview. I think just from a very, very high level, I mean, it'd be wonderful to get 8+ acres back for open space in the city. A couple questions on the process, the procedure. So right now, we have no idea what the contaminants are, or do you have a general idea?
It's mostly lead.
It's mostly the lead.
Yeah, it was a former gun range, so it's mostly lead.
Okay. And then in your estimation, you know, with lead being the primary contaminant, what do you think a timeline on something like that would be?
This is the goal of the study, is to really do that and to look at the different techniques. There's a lot of progress in terms of bioremediation. There's a lot of funding also available for that. So a lot of things are available out there. So it's a very interesting also case study in general to look at different possibilities, and with the progress in the science, there might be a very cost-efficient solutions available.
And then with your, just speaking on the project you mentioned as an example in Vacaville, how long was that whole process? Are you still in the midst of doing it? Just to really kind of use that as a benchmark or an example.
From the time the city contacted us on the project to the start of the import of the dirt, it took us basically 2 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
To start the project or to complete it?
Yeah, because a lot of design, so we had 4 work sessions, public work sessions to design the bike park, and then we went through the different commissions, and we had a full CEQA to work on as well. So that there was lots of studies basically to be done before. So that's also why it took us a lot of time. Might be different on this side. So that's also part of the feasibility study, is how long is it going to take, with regards to how much dirt we can import on the site, and is it worth it or not?
Is the supply of dirt limited?
No.
No. Okay.
And we were talking about the Olympics, so that's also going to generate, as you can imagine, lots of works and construction and dirt. So there's also a very good and interesting source, and coming obviously from a French background. We went through the same questions for the Paris Olympics, and it's generated lots of dirt that we reused on many of our projects in the Paris area.
Fascinating concept. A couple questions for Chris. Would the plan be to run kind of a concurrent process by which you were doing the design on the park and getting public input as they were going through and determining the procedure, or would it be going through the entire process with Landify and then working with the public to determine what they were looking for in regards to the space?
Yeah, timing is definitely key. It would be a perfect situation if it were aligned with the timeline for the Central Park Master Plan. If not, we would definitely do a secondary outreach to the public. It's very important that we have the public provide their input about what kind of amenities they want in this space if it were to come to fruition.
Okay. And then in regards to the contract and the MOU, et cetera, has that gone through the Finance Commission, or would that go through the Finance Commission?
For the MOU?
For any of the details on the agreements and the MOU, yeah.
I don't believe they generally would go through the Finance Commission for a general MOU. We would definitely work step in step with the Attorney's Office to draft that up to something that they think is palatable, and then bring it to you. But of course, we could bring it to whoever is directed to do so.
Okay. That's just...
I got some. Go ahead. Okay, just to kind of follow up on that. So what I heard, just to be clear, the MOU, it requires no financial commitment whatsoever, zero financial risk to us. We're basically just saying, yeah, you could go in there, poke around, let us know, what you discover, and see if it's realistic, see if it's feasible, and ultimately no commitment either. Chris, I'm curious, are there any other organizations that provide this service that we've researched?
We have not been contacted by any, so this is the first conceptual idea that's been presented to us, but we have not shopped around for any other types of businesses like this.
Was the genesis of this them reaching out to us, or were we looking and found them?
They did approach us with the idea.
Okay. That's it.
Kind of in that same theme, so Councilman Williams kind of touched on it. So let's assume we have an MOU. You go out there, the cost, there is no cost. Even if work is conducted, you're moving soils around because I think you're monetizing the dirt. So at what point does your effort stop at no financial exposure to the city, and then you give us a buildable, basically plot, so to speak, elevated how we want, whatever that case may be, based on a vision that we give you, or based on... Do you do the work with no vision first to find out? First, you got to find out if it's even feasible to move the dirt around.
It's really, everything's dictated by the volume. Obviously, really, again, as I mentioned, 100% of our revenues are generating for the tipping fees, and tipping fees, it's just tipping fee times the volume. So
can you tell us what a tipping fee is? I don't know.
It varies depending on the...
I mean, what is a tipping fee?
It's what is paid by the construction company when it goes to a landfill or to a quarry to deposit dirt. It needs to pay a tipping fee. When you go to any landfill, you need to pay before entering into it.
Okay.
That's what the construction world is paying today.
Real quick, just to educate, because I'm in the development industry. So just explain. So when you have construction projects, right, you're excavating soil, and hopefully it's clean fill, they call it, and then it needs to go somewhere, right? So what's unique about their business is they now are finding areas to bring in clean fill. On the other side, a lot of, I've been in projects where we actually need clean fill. It's actually very expensive because you have to pay for it, right? So they're actually moving the dirt around. And so that's what he's saying is you guys are getting paid by having a project that needs to offload clean fill, and they're paying you to offload it. And then now they're finding a creative solution where to bring this clean dirt, this clean fill, and also, remediate the current contamination on this 8 acres that's currently unusable. So it's an interesting business plan. But do I essentially have that correct?
It's exactly that.
Okay.
Exactly that. And so really everything's dictated by the volume. And so this is where we're going to come up all together with a design that the community accepts. And with this design, we'll be able to say that's going to be 200, 300,000 cubic yards of dirt that's going to be needed to be imported. Is that going to work financially for us or not? So that really the end result of the feasibility is how complicated is it going to be in terms of studies and what the costs of the studies are going to be, and then what the design is going to be, or what the landform is going to look like, and what it's going to generate in terms of revenue, and is that going to enough to fund the project or not?
The word tipping, though, is just as the truck bed tipping the dirt out, isn't it? That's the kind of the tipping fee is the truck tipping its bed.
That's why they're
dumping. Instead of a dumping fee, they call it tipping.
Yeah, it's got different names, but yeah, dump fee is another word that's used.
Yeah. Is this an export site or an import site?
It would be an import site.
But you got to export all the bad stuff out and then bring good stuff in.
That's the question also with the feasibility study, the capacity that we have to potentially keep the dirt on site, and because you're bringing in extra dirt to confine the pollution with the dirt that you're doing. We have several examples, obviously in Paris, of former brownfields where we used this 30 years ago. We used the dirt to confine the pollution, and so now you can see today, 30 years after, everything grew, and you've got recreational areas. So the capacity that you have to put geotextile to cover that with dirt in order to basically not move the dirt, because that's very costly, obviously, to do, and also other techniques that are available, bioremediation, as I mentioned. So really the goal is to see what can be done on site. If some of it needs to be off hold, then the cost of all of that put together with, in front of that, the revenues that are going to be generated by the project, is that working or not? Okay. So that's the whole feasibility study's objective.
So on this site, do you also do remediation, or do you purely just move dirt and you take the expense to move the dirt based on the benefit for the person that needs the dirt moved? Or are you also in the construction business where you have people to pay for remediation and things like that?
We don't do it ourselves. We pay external providers, but we don't do it ourselves.
Okay, and you pay them by the tipping fee?
We pay them. No, well, that's going to be really on how much it's going to cost, depending on the volume that needs to be off hold. So they're going to tell you need to off hold, 10,000 cubic yards. The cost is, I don't know, $100,000, and that's the cost that needs to be supported by the project.
And when you say by the project, do you mean by the city?
No, by
the project. Okay.
So Don, so basically, like, they'll look at it and go, okay, we have just rough numbers. Say, to keep it small, like 100 cubic yards of dirty soil that we need to off haul. What's that cost? X. All right, and then now their business is to bring in clean fill, and they'll get paid for that. So that's the analysis they're going to do is assess how much dirty soil is there, how much they have to take out, what that cost is, and then will it be positive for them to actually do that and then bring in clean fill from their other projects to backfill that. Correct? Do I have that correct?
Exactly.
So that's like the calculus they're going to do.
Yeah, exactly.
So you make that determination as part of the MOU, right? I mean, at that point, in that scenario, at this point, there's no financial dollars coming out of our coffers at this point. You're managing the project. There's money moving in, dirt moving out. There's paid balances, and that's all done basically internally between your vendors, you, the dirt, the movement, the transportation. Then we get to a point where we have a buildable site, right? That's the goal, and then we come to you and we say we've listened to the public and they want X, Y, and Z. Who then puts a cost analysis? You guys, Landify, or are you out of the picture at that point? Other than you might say, hey, do you want us to build some hills? But after that, you're not in the infrastructure game, right?
No, we use external providers. So the good example is the bike park we're developing with the city of Vacaville. So the way that we work with the city is working with consultants. We, on the design phase, we obviously supported the cost of the consultants. It's a much larger project. We're talking about 1 million cubic yard of dirt. So that's capable of covering the cost of the constructions that are going to be on top. So the city's not going to pay $1 for the project at the end. But because of the large volume here, we need to see what kind of volume we're talking about, if we're capable of covering 100%, 50% of the cost of what's going to be developed on top. So that's also the whole feasibility study is not only we're covering the cost of the studies, but we're also trying to cover the cost of what's going to be developed on top. So I don't know what, let's say soccer field, for instance, that you want to develop, we're capable of, covering the 20%, 30%, depending on, again, all the costs that we put together for the creation of the project.
And as part of your business model, if you can't cover the entire cost and we have a project that we like, are we committed to your contractors, your relationships as part of the Landify, agreement, or we can utilize whoever we need?
Same thing for the studies. We work with people that the city are used to working with. For instance, the bike park we worked in Vacaville. The landscaping company was a landscaping company that was used by the city on previous projects, so they knew very very well the sites. So we used them for our project as well. So we're very flexible in terms of who we use. We want to be as efficient as quick as possible. So we prefer working with people who know, obviously, the projects already and who are accustomed to the city.
So this would be my last question because I don't want to monopolize you. So the first goal, if we were to move forward with you, is you're going to determine how you can give us a clean soil platform, basically. Remediate, bring in and cover, whatever the case may be, but you're going to say, well, you're going to study, and you're going to determine how much contamination's there, what it's going to take to remediate it, cover it, move it, whatever, to make sure it passes through all the environmental checks and balances that our state has. That's your initial goal, right?
Correct.
I mean, how fast do you make that determination of what you think it would encompass? We say yes on that check, and then completion. I guess that's based on the scope, but how fast till you get to point A, decision? Do you want to move, Landify, this makes sense or it doesn't?
The quicker the better. It's going to really depend on the answers. We're going to work also with the agencies, and it's really going to depend on their timings as well. So the quicker the better. A couple of months would be really the maximum for us.
Is there a tail to your contract? We say, well, we don't like it right now. Are we bound by anything?
No. The only thing is if you develop something using our model in the future, it's doing it with us. So if you say, thank you very much, goodbye Landify, and the day after you hire a company to do exactly the same project by importing dirt and creating a landform, that's where, we gave obviously all the investment that we're putting on front is also to make sure that we work together if you develop, but you can develop anything else without us.
If we say we want to develop a park and we didn't use you, we can't develop a park, is that what you're saying?
You can develop a flat park. It's develop a park using our model, which is importing dirt and creating a landform.
Okay. Shape. We could still have a park with different shapings.
That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
Could I follow up with some more questions? Just curious. As far as the sports complex goes and the footprint of that, Chris, you might know the answer to this. You brought up the sports complex and how there might be a conflict with Measure L. Does that footprint go out to where the old gun range is? Would that be considered sports complex, or is it just that open space park recreation?
Yeah, it shows that the gun range space is separate from the footprint of the sports complex.
Okay.
But just for over precaution, we would definitely make sure and ask legal opinions on whether or not there's any type of conflict, depending on what the project scope is in the end.
Yeah. And then, is it Mr. Brighton? Is that your?
It is, yes.
Yeah. Have you had an opportunity to familiarize yourself at all with Measure C and Measure L? We're kind of a peculiar city in that sense.
Yeah, Chris told us about it. Yes, it's very peculiar, but yeah, I mean, it's part of the process. Every city has, a specific process, so we're,
Just out of curiosity, when you do these feasibility studies, and obviously you're looking at whether or not the ground is toxic, there's most likely going to be lead from the gun range. What does that process look like? Are you drilling into the ground and testing the soils? I'm just curious, timeline-wise, how long it takes, and maybe not an exact dollar amount, but what type of investment is this? Because what I'm concerned about is maybe we're putting the cart before the horse. What if you do this feasibility study and you put a lot of energy and finances into it just to discover that Measure C and Measure L are a conflict and this would require a vote of the people in order to go forward? We'd be wasting your time and be wasting your resources.
That's why the idea of the feasibility study is working on all the aspects, so the pollution level, but also all the political side of things to see how we can phase the project or structure the project in order to take this into consideration. But that's exactly part of the feasibility study. If we see that it's going to take us 3 years, that's obviously going to be something that's going to be included in the feasibility study for us.
Okay, so that's prior to the MOU, is that right?
It's with the within the MOU that allows us to start investigating those aspects.
Okay, so if we sign off on an MOU, we might discover in that process that this is a conflict with Measure C and Measure L. I'm just concerned that might be putting the cart before the horse with all the effort you'd be putting forward.
And can you guys correct me if I'm wrong? There's an additional process that'll take place where we create another contract to actually develop the property. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
The MOU is just a starting point.
Yes, right. This initial MOU is just for studies. Then again, if it is something that is shown to be realistic and feasible, then the next step would be is to develop a new contract with Landify that spells out all the details of the scope of the project, the timeline, all the nuts and bolts of what that would mean in conducting that project.
Including environmental analysis and doing all that, like
Absolutely.
EIR work. And okay.
And I do believe a lot of that will be covered in the initial study too as well. What kind of different entitlements, Measure C conflicts, if any. Also all the different other outside agencies, CEQA issues, all the other regulatory agencies will also be studied and revealed through the initial study as well.
And just so Landify is going into it eyes wide open, I know that sports complex, used to be a mushroom and landfill, so there might be a little bit more than lead in there when you go poking around.
We know. And you've got a landfill next to it as well.
Good?
Before we would ever get to a vote of the people, you would be cost neutral anyway, because in your scope, before you move one, truck of dirt, you're going to make determinations that can I do this and basically balance my costs. So, so even if it never passed with the people, you really aren't at risk for anything other than time, because you've already made a calculation that your costs will be covered by the way you manipulate movement of dirt and, move it in, get paid, move it out, things like that, right? So even if you gave us a buildable, parcel and the public said, no, we don't want that, you're really not at risk. You have your time at risk, but your capital's covered based on how your business model works anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
No, the only risk is exactly what Council Member mentioned. It's really the first, studies, and that's the case in every city. When we start a feasibility study, that's the money that we have at risk, but it's something that we need in order to make sure that we have, the right answers, and that we investigate things properly to see if the project works on all the aspects.
Good? Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Very much.
All right. Next up is a capital improvement project, CIP update. City Manager, please introduce the report.
All right, we have two capital project updates, and Chow Vu, and I see David Fate, our construction manager, who will likely provide the reports.
Good evening, City Mayor, City Council. My name is David Fate. I'm the Public Works Construction Manager, and I am happy to report a CIP summary update for you here this evening. We have two recently completed projects totaling approximately $6 million, which recently received the NOC. Our first project tonight will be the CIP for the sewer lining. This project included almost 24,000 linear feet of sewer main, which is approximately 4.5 miles. It included the rehabilitation of 86 manholes. Some of these manholes deteriorate due to sewer off-gassing, so we addressed this in this project. The work included the cleaning and removal of calcium deposits, trenchless lining utilizing UV lighting in CIPP. CIPP stands for cured in place pipe. The UV stands for ultraviolet lining, which is new to the city of Huntington Beach.
Sir, in the preparation reading for this PowerPoint stuff, can you kind of tell us where this is? Nowhere in the PowerPoint was there a location or area of the city, and I'm just curious where it was.
Thank you. So this project took place across 4 different RDs in various areas in the city of Huntington Beach. There wasn't one specific area. We addressed projects, pipeline, needing to be repaired throughout the city as identified in the sanitary sewer management plan. This was not just one continuous, this was across 4 different RDs.
RDs meaning residential districts, is that correct, Dave?
RDs are residential reporting districts, yes. So the benefits include the improved sewer flows the reduced level of maintenance, and the increase in system integrity, reducing the chance of SSOs, which are sanitary sewer overflows, which ultimately can cost the city in fines. The schedule, we started in July of 2025. We reached substantial completion on December 10th, and final completion occurred on January 15th. We completed this project with 26 days left in contract time. Here is our financial project summary. The original contract amount was approximately $1.6 million. We had change orders totaling almost $22,000. These change orders were due to the conditions of the pipe and the pipe sizes. We saw an increase in pipe size, which ultimately we were faced with change orders for that. We had a contingency budget of approximately $160,000, and we are left with the remaining balance of approximately $139,000. In conclusion, there's been some key outcomes. So first off, it's a critical investment in our sewer infrastructure. We are seeing a 50-year service life with this newly lined sewer. It was delivered with minimal disruption to residents and various shareholders and stakeholders. It was delivered on time and within budget. And this project marked the first use in the city of Huntington Beach with ultraviolet curing. What you see in these pictures here are, to the left, lower left, are ultraviolet rigs curing the pipe. Upper right is a CIPP, which involves large boilers throughout the street. Typically, these will be about 6 trucks and trailers. This project utilized that UV curing, so 2 box trucks were able to create minimal footprint on our city streets.
Speaking, what size pipe we dealing with?
We were dealing with 10-inch, 12-inch, and some 8-inch pipe.
Okay.
That is our first project, and I have one more for you tonight. My second project for you this evening is the Humboldt Lift Station. This is CC 1634. Project summary. This involved the abandonment and demolition of an existing sewer lift station and the installation of a new station. The challenge here was this involved concurrent work with the old station in service during the construction. What we're seeing is an increase in storage capacity. We've actually increased our storage capacity at this lift station by 50% and increased its storage time for any type of emergency that we may face. We're also utilizing efficient pumps, and we have enhanced lift station controls, which is part of our SCADA system, standing for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. So our operators will be able to control this station remotely and be able to get the real-time data as it's happening. So the work included 3 185-gallon per minute pumps. So these are at 3 horsepower, which is a reduction in energy cost that we will be seeing. The work also included an installation of a force main, which went up to the bridge and will pick up when the bridge is under construction, hopefully soon. Work also included the curb and gutter work and obviously some paving. Project benefits and schedule. So this project creates an increased amount of system reliability. We have efficient pumps and equipment. We have a state-of-the-art communication system. That's the SCADA I mentioned earlier. And we have an increased storage capacity. The schedule, this project started in August of 2024. It reached substantial completion in July 2025 and final completion in September of 2025. This project was delivered 5 weeks early. Here's a financial summary of our project. The approved project budget was approximately $4.2 million. We had two change orders totaling, or two change order packages totaling $211,000, almost $212,000, which included an increase of paving limits for both concrete and asphalt, and included a pump escalation cost that we received due to the tariffs. The contingency was taken out of that. Change order contingency was taken out of that contingency for the project, leaving us a remaining budget balance of approximately $177,000.
Just go back, just to clarify, you guys had the approved project budget, and then you guys had the contingency budget, used all of the contingency budget, so what was left of the approved project budget is that remaining budget balance of $176,801.85, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So on the original project with the ultraviolet lining, which is relatively new technology, right? Really cool technology. You don't need to do any trenching. I mean, you can get a lot more work done. Was this the largest of its kind with the ultraviolet lining in the city today?
On the previous project,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't the largest of its kind in general.
But for the city?
For the city, this marked the first time that we have used this project in the city, that UV.
So just to follow up on Pat's point on the contingency budget, so it's great you guys had surplus on both of these projects, and you hit them before the due date. So congrats on that. Impressive work. Typically, what do you work? I don't know if this is a Chow question or for you, Mr. Fate. What do you work into the contingency percentage when you're budgeting the capital improvement projects?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? You're at?
So there's a kind of a contingency element that always you need in place. There's always going to be change orders, et cetera. Is that like a percentage fix?
Yes, it's typically 10 to 15%.
10 to 15, okay.
However, on vertical projects like with a building structure, a roof, community center, those vertical projects, we add significantly more contingencies because you don't know what you're going to find once you poke the walls.
Yeah.
So this one, I think, was 10 to 15%.
That's correct, yes.
Great, and you had surplus, so good job.
So I actually drove past that project the whole time on my way home and out. And I have to say, I don't know which company you guys used for this project, but by the time they were gone, you couldn't even tell there was construction there anymore. They were super neat, and they had to block one lane. It was just one lane to come in and out of the island. And they were always there just guiding the traffic. I was a little worried that it was going to create a lot of chaos, but I'm not sure who you guys used for this, but they did a great job. And it just seemed like they were just never there. One day they were there, they were sweeping. The next day we had grass on the sidewalk. It was paved, and it's like they were gone. So that was a good job.
Thank you, Councilwoman. You could see in the lower left picture, this is a after picture. Upper right is under construction. You could see the stop sign in both of these pictures here, and you wouldn't know really what happened 20 feet down. So they really did a good job. In conclusion, we're seeing an improved system reliability. We coordinated with community and various stakeholders. Some of these stakeholders included delivery companies, third-party utilities, such as public utility companies like Edison, Frontier, and other HB departments and divisions. This was delivered on time and under budget, like I said, approximately 5 weeks early, and it sets a strong model for future sewer projects here in the city of Huntington.
Director Vu, would you say these reports are the fruits of the Transparency for Taxpayers initiative that the council brought forward?
Yes.
The reason we brought that forward was for this reason, to let our residents know that we're inspecting and expecting results from our departments, and our departments are delivering. And previous to the initiative, these things would have been done, completed, and nobody would really know. We wanted to give the departments the opportunity to shine and deliver these good results so that the residents know that we are working hard, we being the city, working hard, being fiduciaries with their taxpayers, and hopefully on all projects, before completion date, on time, under budget. So we love this initiative, the Transparency for Taxpayers. Great presentation and good work, and it's great to hear that Gracie saw this and it was like they were there, they're gone. That's what the city wants. I like hearing Andrew talk about the ultraviolet pipes, and you said it's state of the art. That shows you guys are on your game. So good job, Director Vu and company, and we look forward to a lot more of these presentations. The city expects it, and we enjoy this type of opportunity to praise the department. Good job.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, now onto the consent calendar, items 14 to 21. Council, would anyone like to pull an item?
I'll pull 21.
Pat, 21. I'm pulling 20. Anybody else?
Pat's already got 21.
All right.
I'll move the rest.
All right.
Second.
Second.
Case, do you have to?
Yeah. Clerk, so a motion by Councilmember Burns, seconded by Councilwoman Vandermark to move items 14 through 19. Please call the roll.
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon?
Yes.
Here I am.
I mean,
Hello? I'm right here.
Still new.
Mayor Pro Tem Twining?
I've been ignored before. Yes. Yes.
Mayor McKeon?
Yes.
Councilman Burns?
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
All right.
Items number 14 through 19 pass 7-0.
Okay, for number 20, I'm recusing myself from participation in this agenda item because I have a financial conflict of interest in the project as I am employed by the applicant, so I'll be stepping in the back. Butch, take over.
Mayor, real quick, can I just make one comment on an item we voted on 17 for clarity? So on the Colby IPA resolution, we'd already voted to approve that. We amended it with some additional language, including Colby's beloved mom and sister. We added them to the resolution, and we added some language that the IPA family wanted regarding Ben IPA, the grandfather. So those are the only changes. So we had to bring it back. We've amended it, and it's still the same great resolution for Colby IPA Day. So that's a little clarity in case anybody was wondering.
Okay. We've already discussed this project in I'm talking about item number 2026-001. So tonight, we're here to discuss it. If anybody has any discussion on this project, now's the time to bring it up. If not, we can vote on it.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Twining?
Yes.
Councilman Burns?
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Item passes 6-0, McKeon recused.
Yeah, just do real.
All right, Pat, go ahead, 21.
Quick. Yeah. Yeah, if there is. If there's a staff presentation, go ahead.
So for 21, I believe there's a PowerPoint presentation that the staff can present just to give a high view of what's going on with the project.
So Chad, just real quick, is this a staff presentation or a presentation that you generated?
This is a staff presentation right now.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor McKeon and members of the City Council. I'm Chris Casanova. I'm the Economic Development Manager. The item before you tonight is a request to accept a completion bond for building improvements located at 21 and 22 Main Street on the Huntington Beach Pier. The completion bond is required under the executed lease between the city and Surf City Partners, LLC, prior to the issuance of any building permits. The proposed improvements include construction of a new restaurant, as you can see here, renovation of our existing bathrooms on the pier, a bait and tackle shop, and a storage area. The completion bond is in the amount of $1.3 million, which represents 100% of the estimated construction costs. The bond guarantees that completion of the required improvements and protects the city in the event that the project is not completed as approved. So construction is anticipated to begin later this month. Public access to the pier will be maintained throughout construction. The lessee will be required to obtain all necessary permits and comply with the approved coastal development permit. Council approval of the completion bond is required prior to any permits being issued. The completion bond has been reviewed and approved by the city attorney's office and creates no fiscal impact to the city. Staff recommends that the city council accept the completion bond and authorize the city engineer to administer it. Thank you. Staff is available for any questions, and I think the lessee, Keith Bohr, is here as well.
I've got, this project's been kind of stumbling along, and I'm concerned in the completion bond itself, there is no like timeline, and it's the timeline, the life of this bond is basically the constraints we put in on the construction permitting, right? He has to have it built within a certain amount of time, right? We've already granted some extensions per se on this project. The construction project though, I don't see any deadline for this thing to take effect, this completion bond, and that's one of my main, and just the whole project's kind of shaky on me, and it surprises the hell out of me because all the eyes that have been on this, the completion bond, on page 1 of 2 of the completion bond, if you look at it, I don't know if we have it, but the 5th line up from the bottom paragraph on page 1 of 2, it's something as simple as this, where it says the line starts with bond, period, and then it says thereunder, and it's probably doesn't change the meaning of the content of it. It's just the detail that kind of kills me sometimes. It should be capitalized, or a comma after bond, but it looks like it should be thereunder should be capitalized. Do you see that?
And we can make that change if there's a typo in the document. That's not a problem.
Oh, yeah, it just, with all the eyes that have been on that, and I'm just wondering if there's supposed to be some kind of deadline or something, and I want it clarified on the record, is there some kind of deadline on the life of this bond? How long do they have to build this thing where this thing stays effective and it doesn't get boarded up in like after 3 months and then 2 years down the line it's being built again?
So the life of the bond is until we issue a notice of completion. So until we ultimately approve the work that, Surf City Partners has guaranteed us to complete. In terms of the construction schedule, we have been provided an updated schedule, and the lease says that through both written agreement, joint parties can amend that construction schedule, which would take us through the end of summer for the opening is the proposed opening. So that is the new target date that we're looking at.
The end of this summer, 26? All right, I'll be watching.
Have we been presented that agreement as a council that you said it was updated or the lease was changed?
A lease allows for an updated construction schedule for the joint parties. So whether that is at city manager level or.
And do you know, and maybe this would be a city manager question, is that an indefinite amount of time that it could be extended to, or is the discretion limited to 3 months?
So with the actual construction schedule, it's whatever we ultimately agree to. The rent abatement is only 3 months per city manager.
You know, if I may ask a few questions. So today, got to ask these questions. Listen, this is something I'm very interested in. Anything that has to do with city properties, leases, flows, expectations, things like that. So I took a look at the initial agreement again, because as everybody said, including Pat, you know, this has seemingly gone on for a long period of time. So I think the lease, I wish I had able to pull up the lease right now. I can't pull up the download, but so I looked at the default language, and that is on page, I think it was page 23. I had Chad pull 2 slides, but section F of the default, there's also a construction table in Exhibit D that shows that all this work that has not even started should have been done by the end of 2025. Now, there is language in section F of the default.
We could pull that up.
Yeah,
It should be slide number 12 for staff.
Chad, just real quick.
In the back. Yeah.
I just want to set the precedent here. So are you putting up a presentation that you've created?
Notes. So
okay, so
just helpful notes.
Real quick. So this happened on December 16th. So it's dangerous when you put up something that has not been agendized to the public. Do you understand
This
that?
is all germane to the agenda.
Do you understand, though, but it's not been agendized? On the agenda is the completion bonds.
100% understand that. This is all germane. It's all part of the same project.
Okay, but do you understand that, like, your presentation speaks for the council and it has not been agendized? We're talking about the completion bonds for this project. So I believe parliamentary.
Where do we know anything about completion bonds? It's from the
City
lease.
Attorney, can you help me with this?
Yeah, I agree.
Well, just,
Go ahead.
The only way we know that we're supposed to have a construction bond is because the lease says we're supposed to have a construction bond. What I'm going to present and what's on the slides is that very lease. So this is totally germane to the agenda item.
The lease itself does contain the requirement that a bond be presented to the city council for approval, and if that's what we're talking about, if we're talking about the bond, that's fine.
Okay.
We're not here to discuss the contract and changing the contract or anything else. That has not been agendized.
Correct.
Okay, then I guess.
I just don't want to get us in trouble, right? Because you're not.
No, understood.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about, I guess what I would say is, if my question was answered, is there a default that's been triggered because the timetable in Exhibit D has not been met? Why, as a landlord, so to speak, would I want to issue a completion bond if I have something that, quote unquote, possibly could be in default?
Well,
And so if we could get that slide.
If I was going to say, the completion bond assures that if the project is in default, we call the bond, and then we end up using that money to build the project.
Okay, so if we can, so, I mean, it's a yes or no at this point. There's a timetable in Exhibit D that shows plaster in this and this, this and this, this and this. And the date of completion for everything was December of 2025. To my knowledge, there's no work that's been started. So by virtue of the document in Exhibit D, I would have to say there's a level of default. Is that not a fair statement? I'm asking the city attorney, city manager.
I'm just saying, for the benefit of the public, why don't we pull up slide number 13 so that they can see this with their own eyes?
If we're allowed to. I mean, I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but I can tell
It
you.
hasn't been agendized. I mean, I understand.
Okay,
But Don, I asked a question. I think, Vig, you can answer that question, right?
Could you repeat the question?
Point of order. Point of order.
Sure.
And so city attorney had said if this has to do with the agreement which lays out the construction bond, then it's okay to present.
As long as I don't want to get us in trouble.
Correct?
Right, yeah, if
Is
it's
that correct?
related to the issuance of the bond, then we can talk about it. But again, tonight, we're not here to discuss the efficacy of the contract that was executed.
Well, we
years
should
ago.
determine the validity of it, maybe not the efficacy, but if a contract is in default by virtue of the contract, should we not say yes or no to that based on one slide that shows completion?
Let's get slide
Well,
number
I
12.
just
Wait
don't-
for
I
a
don't wanna
moment. Let's let the
conflate-
public see it.
Yeah, you can put the slide up. I don't want to conflate the issues. Again, tonight, the only thing that we're here to determine is whether or not that completion bond, the terms of that completion bond are acceptable to the city council.
Perfect.
So,
All
and,
right.
and again, the idea behind the completion bond is if the work is not completed and there is default under the contract, we call the bond and we end up having to use that money to complete the.
Okay, well, the work's not completed. Let's look at one slide. Either way, I guess if we can't make a determination based on, because we're not talking about whether or not it's in default, I would either make a motion or second a motion that I'm not willing to vote on approving a completion bond if I think that potentially there's a default in place right now.
Well, and if I could just get to that point, that they can't proceed with work until they get the bond. So if we delay issuing the bond, it's going to set them back in the process. I just want to make
Okay,
that
point of order.
Okay.
Let's get that slide up. Let's get the slide up so everyone can see. Slide number 12.
Hey, Chad, you and I have been out there. I know you and I both went out there last week. You've seen the construction schedule, and Don was talking about plaster here and paint there. Is some of that work done? I was out there too.
Right here, just tell me.
Hang on just one second.
Okay, sorry, Butch. Sorry.
Is some of that work done that's on this schedule that showed up there right now? Is some of that work done?
I personally haven't seen any of that work done. In fact, it's not permitted to be done. He needs the completion bond before he can even get started. So if that's your point, then it was done without a permit. So that's the construction schedule. If you go back one slide, you can see this section 37 on default that Councilman Kennedy was speaking about.
So the 15, I guess we're not contemplating the contract, but the bottom line is, based on the language in the contract in that other graphic, if you can go back to that other graphic, and this is not to be unbusiness friendly, this is all about how we're going to manage our leases, what we're going to hold our tenants accountable for, and what we're going to do as a city, and not set, a precedent that, deadlines are kind of here for whatever they may be, whatever.
And that's a very good point. Believe me, your points are well taken. Again, I want to point out to the council, though, that tonight the only thing that we're here to discuss is whether or not the bond, the performance bond, or what are we calling it? Completion bond, thank you, is acceptable to the city council. If there's issues about default, we can certainly look into that issue and bring it back. That's a separate issue.
Vigla, yeah, that's what I was going to clarify. This tonight is just seeing if we'll do that. The default, we'd have to deal with in another source or avenue or night.
Correct.
Okay.
And all I would like to suggest just at this moment is that we might be executing a term on a contract that might be in default. So, I mean, we've gone into uncharted territories. And I can share kind of where I'm at if you're done with your
Again,
remarks.
I don't want to conflate those two issues. Tonight, the execution of the completion bond has nothing to do with the default. You can execute the completion bond. It doesn't waive our ability to claim default. As a matter of fact, it protects the city because in the event of a default, one of the remedies that we'll have is to call the completion bond.
Which is money to the city.
Okay, so Councilman Kennedy, are you finished?
Yeah, go ahead for now. I'm just thinking through what you're saying there. I mean, you're rewarding bad behavior, basically. If it's not done, let's call the bond now.
Well, we don't have a bond.
There is no bond.
Vote it in and then call it.
We don't have a bond yet, and we would have to explore whether or not there is in fact default based on, again, that's the danger in bringing up issues that are not on the agenda because we haven't explored, we haven't looked at it, we haven't adequately analyzed whether there's a default and what happens if there is, and those kind of issues are not before the council, it's not before the public, it wasn't on the agenda.
Okay, all right, well.
And maybe that would be a good reason to possibly table it. So if I could get slide number 1 at the top, just to kind of give a little bit of a history of how did we get here, because this has passed through multiple councils. And so back in April of 2019, as you see on that first slide, that's when the RFP first went out. It used to be Let's Go Fishing. In May of 2021, the city released the RFQ, and the respondents that we received were Let's Go Fishing, Ruby's Hospitality, and Surf City Partners. Go to the next slide. Now, at the time,
So,
staff,
Chad, so one slide's now turned into a presentation that's not been agendized?
these are my notes. I don't know why you're
I'm
trying to suppress
just
this.
trying to understand.
This is for the
city
benefit
attorney
of
has-
the public.
The city attorney has
judiciary
told you
responsibility.
multiple times that what's on the agenda is a completion
Has
bond. He's
everything
told
to
you
do-
multiple times, you promised one slide. Councilmember Kennedy talked about one slide, and you're getting us into dangerous territories by
Respectfully, Mayor.
putting up a presentation that wasn't on the agenda.
And I agree, in the event there is a default and we end up in litigation over this, we are creating an administrative record. No
Okay.
one's looked at this
So,
stuff.
Councilman Williams, why don't you make a motion to, delay a vote? I'll second it, and then, and make a motion along with that for a lease review. Are we allowed to do that?
Well,
To determine default? Or
I just caution you that, again, they can't start work, they can't do anything until the bond is approved. The bond protects the city. It does nothing to benefit them. It really helps the city. And again, in the event we do determine there's a default, we now have an additional tool in our tool belt to use to pay for the construction of the project in the event we choose to use that remedy. So again, you guys vote how you will, but having that bond in place does nothing but protect the city.
I just have a question. Are we tacitly approving of the terms of the contract? If there is, let's just suppose for a moment.
Again,
can I just get it out?
I do, but I want to stop you just to caution you again. We're getting into legal arguments that we may have to make in the future. So I want to be careful about what we say and what we do now to avoid problems in the future in the event there is litigation over this issue.
Okay, so the remarks that I want to make are based off of the contract. The contract is what lays the groundwork for this construction bond that we're talking about. It is germane to the conversation. I would like to present there's the notes I've collected on this. I've done the research. That's it. And so back to where we're at.
So real quick, point of order. So after everything that's just been said, our city attorney told you exactly, please don't do this. You're still going to do it.
I didn't hear him say, please don't do this, and I was not given any assurance that if it is
City attorney?
discovered.
Well, Chad, I don't know
I'm
what's.
getting
I don't
spoken
know
over.
what's.
If I could just finish that thought. If I don't have any assurance that we can go back and go over this agreement, if there are issues with it, if we go ahead and greenlight this performance bond tonight, well, then I think it's very important to present these issues.
And I will say this, by approving the performance bond, you do not jeopardize the city going back and potentially calling default on the contract at all. All it does is protect the city in the event you do make that determination.
So the city attorney just gave you the answer you were looking for.
Okay.
All right.
Then can I make would it be
I got you.
Go ahead and make a.
Okay, so I respectfully move a substitute motion to table this item for 30 days and direct the city manager to provide a project alignment report. The purpose of reconciling the current status of the project within the provisions of the agreement to ensure partnership remains in good standing.
I second that.
If you guys want some rationale on that, this will allow the city just to simply verify that our current trajectory is consistent with the agreement, which includes that construction bond, and we're moving forward with a clear understanding of all available options. We need.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
I know you met with Keith last week. I met with Keith I think you did. I
Yes.
met with Keith last week. You didn't. You were sick. And I asked him, I go, knowing all this stuff that you've said, I know this thing is drug out forever and ever and ever. I think Keith was an ex-mayor. I think Keith was an ex-city councilman sitting up here. I don't understand.
I think we're going into that area where we're not talking about the bond.
Hang on 1 minute. I asked him when he's going to start. He goes, it depends on how you guys vote on Tuesday night. I will vote to approve the completion bond because I want Keith to get going on this project so he can open up by the end of summer, hopefully. By delaying it 30 days, now we're looking at maybe getting it open at the end of July or August. I say, let's get going. He's ready to go. He told me that last week, and he's standing right there. I don't want to stop him. He's a respected member of this community, and we're sitting there holding him up because of it. Okay, I don't like that it took this long to get to this point. I'm sure you don't like that it took this long to get to this point. But we sit up here and we hold all the cards for him to get started. Because I asked him, I said, when are you going to start? He goes, it depends on how you guys vote Tuesday night. I'm going to guess tomorrow, Wednesday, if we approve this, he's going to get going. So I will be voting to support it.
And with all due respect, Councilman Twining, I read the contract, and in the contract, the construction was not expected to commence by now. The construction was expected to be completed by now. And this construction bond is literally step one to getting city approval on permits. I asked the city manager, was there any reason why he could not have applied for this construction bond in the beginning of the process? The answer is no. He's received 15 months of rent abatement, rent-free, been there. This project has been tied up since 2021, and the only revenue that our city has received since 2021 is about $6,500. This locks in a 50-year agreement. We'll all be dead by the time this comes up again. It's a once-in-a-lifetime generational contract. So I'm just suggesting, hey, pump the brakes. Let's just table this so we could take a look, because we have some terms that are locked in right now with this construction bond. If we give them the green light to move forward, that could really get us into some uncharted territory. Right now, there's a construction plan that's not even in our contract. It's completely expired. There's issues that need to be cured with this contract. They can't be cured the way that they are. So we need to table this so that we could get it fixed.
This council is going to determine whether he's in default or not. Technically, in writing, you can say he is. But we're going to be the final arbiters of this, and he's standing right there. Ask him questions. Let's find out what his plan is. He's standing right there.
I don't think we're allowed to.
I think we have to the extent we want to talk about the performance bond. The performance bond is the trigger for him to get started to get permits on the project. If you delay it, he's going to be delayed more. That's the threshold. Butch hit the nail right on that. Now, again, I'm not trying to advocate one way or the other, but not approving the performance bond adds delay to the project, 30 days, whatever it may be, for him to get his permits.
So again, my motion, because this project has been tied up since November 2021. So we're not the ones getting in the way here. My motion is to go ahead and table this respectfully, as I stated before. We had a second, so it's time to call the vote. Call the vote.
I mean, we can even table it for 2 weeks to keep it expedited. I think it'd be prudent to table it so that we can go offline with the tenant. Nobody's trying to keep Mr. Bohr from opening his business. We're trying to make sure that there's a level of accountability that nobody else has happened to look at. So if we table this for 2 weeks and have the ability offline to meet with the tenant and make sure, as Chad used the term, everybody's aligned, because we're not aligned right now. And if you think we are, then you're in the wrong business, because we aren't. And so 2 weeks is not going to create any harm. He's 15 months behind schedule as it is. So, you know, tabling it for, if you want to amend your motion for tabling it for 2 weeks, give us the opportunity to meet with him, discuss things, and nail down real timelines, then we can move forward.
And I would have the opportunity to present to you all, we can make a council item, I could present to you all the findings that I had, just to be sure that it's all germane to the conversation. It's simply knowledge. People perish for lack of knowledge. I just want to share facts with you all so you could draw conclusions rather than be suppressed.
Just got to agendize it, that's all.
Well, I look forward to talking to you and sharing the facts, but I want to get Keith moving. So I want to approve I will vote to approve the bond.
So we have the motion, it's seconded, right? Can we call it? Can we vote?
But just add a question. It doesn't change anything if we pass this tonight as far as moving forward with?
I asked the city attorney that question, and he neglected, he can't answer that.
No, I will answer that question.
He's answered it before. Answer it again,
I've answered it 3 times. No, the performance bond, approving the performance bond tonight.
Completion bond.
I'm sorry, completion bond tonight does not affect if Mr. Bohr is or is not in default on the.
And it doesn't limit our ability in the future to enforce said default if it exists.
No, changes nothing, correct?
Nothing, other than it protects the city by giving us a bond.
That's where I'm just going to say, according to the agreement, he was supposed to have this construction bond in place before he got permits, and he had 15 months of abatement, rent-free, to get the construction done. The construction should have been completed by now. At 21 Main Street and 22, we should already have a full-service restaurant, and we should have updated bathrooms and storage. Right now, we have nothing because we haven't even crossed the first step of the financials. And so we need to table this because there are issues in this agreement at this point. We've gone past so many deadlines in this agreement, it needs to be cured. So I just suggest pump the brakes, guys. Pump the brakes. Why would we be in a hurry to approve him to get building something if the contract doesn't allow him to be building there?
Let me ask Keith, why did it take so long to get the completion bond?
There's lots of blame to go around. 3 divisions of the state, Orange County Health, and various departments within the city. I'm not here to play the blame game, but it's more blame out there than on us, probably 90-10.
Okay.
City manager, was there any reason why he couldn't apply for this construction bond as soon as the contract was executed 15 months ago?
May I comment on that? It says to have the bond before you pull permits. Staff just told us, I don't know, 6 weeks ago, they learned it had to come to council first. So we got that on the agenda now. We're ready to pull permits, we hope. I know Jennifer, Travis, Chief Parr's green team have been working with us, working with everybody the last 5-6 weeks. We were 2 days, 3 days from pulling our demo permit. We're ready to go. If you put this off for 30 days, it just makes it go on further. No one's wanted this to go faster than us. There's no upside for us to stall it. We're into this for $500,000 out of our pocket, and it's carrying cost. We wish we were open last summer. There's no games going on here. Let us go. We're finally here.
So we had a lease agreement that was signed October 1st, 2024.
Yes.
From that point forward, in order to get permits, the step before permits is to get this construction bond. And so it's been over a year before this has even been brought before us. And just to say that, you know, you didn't know and nobody told you, and finally staff got around to telling you just a matter of weeks ago, I mean, that doesn't hold up.
The bond is the easiest part. It was not needed yet until we're ready to pull permits. So that's why we didn't do it. It wasn't like, there's no reason not to do it. This is now, oh, by the way, it has to go to council. Oh, okay. Let's get that on the agenda.
Hey, Keith, did you have to get architecturals? Did you have to get structurals? Did you have to get plumbing, electrical, mechanical? Did you have to apply for all? Did you have to get those design drawings and submit them to the city and the committee goes through them? You don't just sign the contract and then, hey, perform our completion bond. You don't get a completion bond before you get the drawings done, before you get the design done, before you get electrical permits, plumbing permits, HVAC, everything. So that's a long time. That takes, I mean, right?
The answer is yes, sir. We're on probably the 5th, 6th round of building plan check. When you mentioned structural, our structural engineer cost us $40,000. When we submitted that November of 24, we got a plan check back in December of 24 that said, hey, we're not sure what building code we want you to use. You're on a pier. It's not a regular building. We're going to meet with Moffitt Nickel, who's the engineer of record for the pier, and our building engineer in community development, Mehdi, and we want to figure this out. It took them 5 months to decide on what to base our structural plan on, and then they approved our structural engineer's plans, which they had that previous December. So there's 5 months right there in your whole gap.
And just to clarify what Butch just said,
yes,
you haven't pulled any permits because you're waiting for this?
Well, we're waiting for, there's a checklist of, I don't know,
but
50,
no permits
hundreds
have been pulled.
You can't pull them until you have this, so you have everything.
Well, again, because I'm in this business, you have to get your plans approved, right, to get ready to then issue permits, which is the stage that they're in. And then before they can issue a permit, they have to get a completion bond, which the completion bond protects the city. So it's all sequential. So the fact that you could have pulled it earlier, sure, but to Butch's point, You don't pull completion bonds to the very end when all your plans have been done. You've been through all the different departments, gone through all the different rounds of plan checks, structural engineering, design, architectural, civil, all those things. Go through, these plans are now approved. You're ready to pull your permit.
It's the last thing that you do.
The last step, yeah. So,
Okay, so just to be clear, because I have a timeline in front of me, July 14th, 2022, Design Review Board conditionally approved the project. And then moving down to the next date, November 19th, 2024. So this is over a year ago, project plans submitted. So it's already gone through Design Review Board. The plans have been submitted. And that was about a month after the lease was executed. In order to get permits from that point forward, the prerequisite is to get this construction bond. That's the next step, but we've sat on it for over a year now. Rent abatement was provided for 15 months. Why? So that the construction could get done. It's not done. We should have a completed restaurant and restrooms by now.
I wish we did. The bond has nothing to do with that timing, though.
It's the prerequisite to get a permit.
It'll hold us up if you don't approve it tonight, but it did not hold us up in that other process. I can go through each here and show you 5 months here and 4 months there. I don't think that's a constructive way to do that.
And again, that's not, and none of the, we're getting way down the road of this not being on the agenda.
I mean, I just to make sure we understand, when you submit plans, they're not approved in like 30 days when you submit them. It goes through several rounds of plan check. So when an applicant or a developer submits a project, the city goes, hey, I need your civil plan, your engineering plan, your structural plan, and then you submit it, and then they provide comments, and then it goes back to the applicant, and they address those comments, and then they resubmit, and it goes back with more comments, you address those comments, and it goes round after round after round, hopefully less rounds, right? Then you get to a point where you're finally approved. You had to go through Coastal Commission too, right?
Yes, so Coastal Commission had the extra, all that on this, and they wanted the conditions of approval of your permits, and then you had to take the lease to the state lands, because as most people probably don't know that aren't in this room, that you own the pier, but you lease the dirt and sand and water underneath it. So we're a sublease of your lease to the, so you had to take that to the state. They approved that on February 25th. Yep. You guys then approved it on April 25th. And then the conditional use, then that had to be recorded. That took another 3 months, 3 to 4 months.
What year? You said February 5th.
That was last year, 25. And that had to be recorded before the conditional coastal development permit is actually literally issued. So that was not issued till July 31st. So until we had all that, we could never pull permits, even if you were ready to give them to us.
Right. What was issued July 31st?
Working, never stopped. It's been constant moving
Right.
forward.
What was issued July 31st and what year?
Coastal development permit was issued. Now, it was approved by the commission November 16th of 23, but all the conditions to meet that were upon it, it wasn't issued to July 31st.
So he had Coastal Commission approvals in November of 2023. He's already through the Coastal Commission. He did move on to CDP, but this was all prior to the lease even being executed. He had these things in order, guys. So these weren't the things holding him up from getting this construction bond.
One of the conditions of approval was to have a lease and to have that lease recorded by the state. There's so many things.
The lease was executed October 2024. This is over a year ago.
Right.
The simple question is, when is a contract a contract? Nobody's here to hold back Mr. Board. The bottom line is all these things. I'm surprised, Casey, as a landlord and an owner, when you're signing your tenant, both tenant and landlord understand the potential pitfalls. So before I sign, when I sign a lease, do I go, well, I'm going to sign it, but because I can change it later. It doesn't matter what it says. It says in writing, there's contractual language. It says, Exhibit D, you're done here. If you read F on the default, it'll tell you the only way he can get an extension when he's in default is if he's, it's by you, the manager, not to be a 30-day notice in writing, not to be withheld, and then it has to be approved by the city council. That's what it says in section F on the default language. The bottom line is nobody wants to hold them back. My point is, when is a contract a contract? When are we as a city going to sit there and go, you're good, you're in default, don't worry. Hey, your code enforcement fines from 3 years ago, forget about them. No, that's why we're 500 grand in the red on the code enforcement fines. And I know, Mr. Vigliotto. The bottom line is, I can't vote on this today because it's bad behavior by the city. Make your motion, Chad.
Motion's been made, it's been seconded. Can we call the vote, please?
Yeah, go for it.
And
So a
so,
subst-
go ahead.
Substitute motion made by Councilman Williams.
Oh, somebody fell.
Hold on.
Medic in here, he's on the ground.
Who is it?
I don't know.
Was it Zach?
Who is that?
Zach.
Zach. What?
Water in the meantime, pour some water or something. I did nurse it for 20 years.
Call recess?
A little water or something, a cold compress. And
Call it recess, Kate.
Come ride with the winds that bring you gladness, and see if you can see, yeah, a place that's free from all this madness. There for you and me. On and on to the times you might belong and never know just what tomorrow's gonna bring. Find your way every day, though the skies may all too gray. You can make it if you find a song to sing. Come see how the stars can lead you far away, where wandering thoughts do roam, and ships sailing on the seas sail onward, and know not where they go. On and on to the times you march along and never know just what tomorrow's gonna bring. Find your way every day, though the skies may all too gray. You can make it if you find a song to sing.
2 weeks to reconvene.
Let's reconvene.
Okay.
Now reconvene the
Okay.
City Council Public
Sure,
Finance.
just to clarify, yeah, and, yeah, so this is a motion, not a substitute motion, just for administrative purposes, to be clear. It's a motion to table this item for, we'll say 2 weeks, and direct the city manager to provide a project alignment report with the purpose of reconciling the current status of the project within the provisions of the agreement to ensure the partnership remains in good standing. That's the motion. We had the second.
Call the question, please.
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy?
A yes vote is to delay for the 2 weeks, correct? Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Twining?
No.
Mayor McKeon?
No.
Councilman Burns?
No.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
No.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Item passes 4-3.
No, the motion fails.
Fails. Motion fails 4-3.
I'd like to make the motion to, as recommended.
Second.
1 second. Okay. Councilman Gruhl?
No.
Councilman Kennedy?
No.
Yes.
Mayor McKeon?
Yes.
Councilman Burns?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Nope.
Original item passes 4-3 as amended
No,
by
no.
supplemental communication.
Okay, thank you. All right. Final item, number 22, submitted by Councilmember Burns and myself, naming of Patriot Place at Civic Center. Pat, do you want to go for it?
Yeah, we have an area right behind, right adjacent to the Civic Center, right behind the 9/11 Memorial. It has the Desert Storm plaque and dedication on it. It's a beautiful sloped grass area, and really, it's unnamed. So because it's got the memorial right there, 9/11, and it's got the Desert Storm, and possibly others in the future, plaques, patriotic-based focused flags, or plaques rather, like to name that portion of the Civic Center, Patriot Plaza at Civic Center. Patriot Place, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Patriot Place at the Civic Center.
No, obviously it makes a lot of sense. Pat touched on it. And then we also have the War Memorial on top of the stairs by City Hall. So excited to bring this forward. And we'll make a motion, Pat?
Yeah.
Yeah, motion to move it.
Second.
Second. Oh, who moved? Casey?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gracie can second it. All right, please call the question.
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Twining?
Yes.
Mayor McKeon?
Yes.
Councilman Burns?
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Item passes 7-0.
All right, now we have the last portion of the meeting, public comments for non-agendized items. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
We do. We have 7 speakers.
Please calm down.
The City Council will now receive public comments for non-agendized items only. When your name is called, please approach, use both podiums, state your name and organization for the record. Tim Geddes, Ken Inouye, Chris Reaney, Roger Knorr, Ryan Owens, Noah Rhodes, Denora Echevarria.
Fire away, Tim.
Good evening, Tim Geddes again. We have 3 hours. 3 hours most have been waiting, and that's on top of the 2+ hours last meeting. And I think that it is, it should be, we shouldn't have to wait. Just because our concerns are unagendized, shouldn't mean we're at the back of the bus. So something really needs to be done on that, because you're cutting down the people that are going to, or that want to speak unagendized. Now, we're finally getting our first council meeting of 2026, and in this election year, it's time for voters to start thinking about the kind of leadership they want going forward. Do they want value problem solving, experience, transparency, financial accountability, addressing community needs, focusing on local priorities over ideological pursuits, and representation for all constituents in the city? If they do, they should not vote for any of the council incumbents. They have addressed little of these values and have insulted the community with their oppressive MAGA leadership. We need qualified, honest, and trustworthy leadership like the kind Taryn Palumbo and Ben Davis can give us. We need candidates who can give us financial experience, accounting, and financial qualifications like Ken Inouye has exhibited. Above all, we need champions who can protect our precious community assets like our library system. We should not settle for any candidates who fall short of the kind of leadership our city needs. We do not want to be called the city of losers anymore. We need winners. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, I may not be able to attend the next council meeting on February 3rd because it's my son's birthday, but I'll try and share my views in some way. Thank you.
Happy birthday to your son, Tim. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Kenny Inouye. I'd like to make my public comments in honor of my neighbor and friend, the late Colonel Ted Ross. Ted was a man who loved his family in Huntington Beach, and he was willing to reach out across party lines to discuss issues that we thought the city faced. I will miss Ted and his wisdom but I will try to continue the mission. At the last city council meeting, one of the city council people said they were so proud of the fact that they've kept their contract with the people of Huntington Beach with regard to the housing mandate. To remind us all, the housing mandate had this contract consisted of two parts. The first part stated that since Huntington Beach is a charter city, we are not required to follow the housing mandate. I know we discussed this. And the battle cry was, let's go to court, we will win. The second part of this contract was the fact that since we have a city attorney's office, our fight against the state, against the housing mandate, will not cost the city any money. Well, let's look what's happened in the intervening 3 years. We have lost every court case at the state and federal level. At this point in time, our only recourse is hopefully that the U.S. Supreme Court will hear our case and reverse all the lower court decisions. That's a fact. With respect to cost, we've incurred $3.5 million of cost and perhaps millions of dollars more. I would respectfully request that the City Council keep track of all of the costs that this fight against the state of California has cost us, so that people will actually know the true cost of this contract with the people. I would like to commend the City Council for the fact that they have come up with new revenue sources, but I would suggest at the same time, and we've discussed it too, the failure not to file a housing element could cost us $7 million a year and completely wipe out all those new revenue sources that you discussed today. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Chris Rini, native. So we're still considering moving the Huntington Beach International Surfing Museum from Olive and Fifth to the Main Street Library on the primary grounds that library space is underutilized and the museum needs more room to display surfboards. This is a bad idea for several reasons. First off, Johnson Favaro, the architects designing the library master plan, think it's a poor match. They have done amazing designs. They look at the details, they look at the hard data, and they actually come up with solutions that work. If they think it's bad, that gives one pause. Second, the Surfing Museum hasn't clearly stated their needs. They haven't said the dimensions of the surfboards that are too big to display. We need to know the linear footage of the PT collection. Speaking from experience as an archivist, your archival holdings will expand to fit all space available. Having minimums is important. It's a lot like your garage. The more you put in, the more room you find, and no matter how much room you have, you always run out. This is completely ignoring other issues like foot traffic, fire codes, and ADA compliance. Third, location. There used to be 5 surfing museums in California. One closed in 2017, leaving 4: Santa Cruz, Huntington Beach, San Clemente, which is closed because it's relocating to Laguna Beach, and Oceanside. Santa Cruz is literally on the water. The San Clemente moving to Laguna location is on Broadway, and it is 4 buildings from the corner of PCH. You can see the water from there. Oceanside is across the street from public parking, and you can see the water. The Olive location in Huntington Beach is in the heart of downtown, has its own parking lot showcasing the largest surfboard in the world. You can see the ocean from there. Public parking is across the street. You can't see the ocean from the Main Street Library, and we all know the parking situation in that neighborhood. Also, by the time you get to the library from Olive, you've gone from a thriving downtown to a quiet neighborhood. In every way, it's just a location step down. Lastly, finances. Now, we all know that finances are important to Huntington Beach. Museums do not make money. Many museums close because they either run through their endowment, the primary donor dies, or the founder just retires. If the city starts a partnership with the Surfing Museum, what happens to the collection if and when the museum closes? Who is left holding the bag? And who's going to market the PT collection for visiting researchers? This isn't Field of Dreams where if you build it, they will come. This requires marketing to communities outside of the tourist and action sports people to whom we cater. We need to think outside of the box, and from what I've seen of the city in the last 2 years, I don't think we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Noah Rhodes. I'm a longtime resident of Huntington Beach. Public speaking isn't usually the way I present issues to the city council. Typically, I do it through emails. I used to do it through Facebook, but I found the user experience on Facebook to be very poor. The issue I wanted to bring up today was traffic safety on Beach Boulevard. I've noticed there is a lot of speeding drivers, and it has become very dangerous. There's been an article by Michelle Guile through CBS News that explained the dangers of Beach Boulevard in Huntington Beach city limits, and I would like to take this time to bring attention to this issue and hopefully get solutions for it in the future. It is important to me, not only because I commute through Beach Boulevard almost daily, but I have been hit on Beach Boulevard today by a driver making a right turn at Beach and Adams. I'd like to request more traffic enforcement along Beach Boulevard, hopefully reduce the speeding drivers and simpler speed limits, because I believe that having the speed limit go from 50 miles per hour to 45 miles per hour to 40 miles per hour to 45 miles per hour back to 50 miles per hour is confusing. And I don't know if the city has jurisdiction over that. Maybe Caltrans will see this speech and do something about it, and that is all. Thank you.
No, thank you, and we understand that. It is Caltrans jurisdiction, and we are having discussions with them, so thank you for pointing that out. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Mayor McKeon and council. I just had a couple of thoughts about the strategic plan that was presented, and perhaps it could be clarified for some of us who might be new to it. Oops. That comparative data is good. As far from year to year, or trends would be important information to include where possible. And then what does the percentage of completion mean? And is it just each item within the strategic plan is given equal value, whereas some will take longer and cost more? That kind of thing that would be helpful to quantify somehow.
Sure.
And then also that the ones that are on hold or have been eliminated, what are they and why? I know it gets into a little bit more detail, but that might be helpful to present the information. The housing goal and homeless, there seem to be some information that could also be provided. I think back to trends and accomplishments that definitely on the unhoused section of the report would be helpful. And then housing section, there's nothing in there that talks about how many units have been already built or built during the period presented. And that would be helpful to know, because certainly new housing or housing is an economic driver for the city. So that would be helpful. And then also in that realm, what is your plan to bring in new housing into the city? And then the other thing was the Landify MOU. It seems like the city has an RFP process for contracts over a certain dollar amount, and that this would be a ripe area to provide an RFP. It sounds like it's maybe something too good to be true, but where they do have a track record, certainly to check out those other cities, what their experience has been working with them, that kind of thing. It just sounds like it might limit the city as far as what they could do in the future. And I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay,
Good afternoon. Just a little bit second for the gentleman that passed away. I did nursing for 20 years when we used to wear white Norseman shoes. The first thing, anything like that happened, God forbid they don't, get cold compressed, put it in the forehead, and call 911 instead. Because sometimes people panic. By the time the paramedic get here, God forbid, a tragedy can happen. Always put cold compressed. I have doctors in Cuba, in Miami. I did nursing government, local government, and then I finished driving for Ken Petterton, the military. Now, on my information with the housing issue, I came around in 2021 when Gracie needed to be a city mayor. When she realized that I was from Cuba, she asked me for my vote. I need your Cuban vote when she saw history, and I have it here, including my green card with my alien number, my US citizen. Not everybody do drugs, drink, and smoke. Gracie. Basically, it's government that let me down. And when I say Mexico, we love Mexico because I have two sisters married to great Mexicans from the 70s. They were not running economic developer, they were not running housing, and they respect every ethnicity. We have a problem because I have law enforcement in my family. They want to step in and see what the heck is happening in Huntington Beach, including our attorneys. I'm trying to put everybody at ease. Coastland, I need somebody before Valentine to call me with the key, because gotta get Jen involved, the Vietnamese that took over Andrew Doe, corruption, he's in prison. And also, she knows who I am because the sheriff of Santa Ana said she better get to know you because federal government who brought me here and I have those credentials, I'm a US citizen. So for Gracie, you got my vote. You need to make sure, please, that I get a key for Coastland, my 40+ years that I work and pay taxes. And then I was told that Travis was last year active city manager. He was the executive housing authority of Huntington Beach. He became an active city manager last year. And I know you from way 2021. So I need assistance as soon as possible so I don't got to get anybody involved. Coastland, because there's young people moving in there, including even senior older than I am. And I'm not as old as I am because federal knows it. Castro gave me the date of birth to create confusion, but the US government, as smart as they are, they brought me, and if anybody want to see.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Huntington Beach. My name is Ryan Owens, and I'm a 4-year resident here. And 3 of those 4 years I've spent living in a van, carrying out my childhood dream of being a handyman. In those 4 years, I've grown to really love HB and all it has to offer. However, last Monday, the 12th of January, that van got towed for not being able to pass smog because of lapsed registration. The engine has ejected spark plugs, taking the threads with them, requiring a drill and tap repair. In short, my repairs left the plug positions just shy of perfect, causing the check engine to come on even though the car ran great. This week, as I enjoyed the beautiful SoCal weather, laying underneath the stars, I couldn't help but to question the validity of California's smog processes. If our air is as important as my situation says it is, then why are pre-75 gassers and pre-89 diesels allowed, considering most of these cars are collectors or on their way to being collector cars? Why are so many Montana, Arizona, and other out-of-state plates on California roads? Weren't lawnmowers supposed to be illegal now that the major manufacturers have electric alternatives? Didn't Newsom receive $24 billion under the Clean Air Act to build a high-speed rail, and yet there are no plans until 2030? All while the eco-terrorist China has over 31,000 miles of high-speed rail. Didn't Erica Kirk just set the record for the shortest flight in a private jet, emitting half of the average person's yearly CO2 emissions in just those 3 miles, right on the other side of our state border? Who pays the fine if the wind blows it our way? Back in the day, if your car ran a little rich, it was because you knew what the motor liked. Today, it's grounds for the government to seize your property and leave you on the streets, not being able to provide the service you once offered. This isn't a pity party, but rather a PSA on the defects of inequitable environmental law. Between high taxes, tariff, inflated currency, permit and licensing fees, and even paying for public parking, the USA is looking more like the United Scam of Americans by politicians and mega corporations who disregard morality, pursuant of control. Thank you for your time, and Jesus Christ is King.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks.
All right, motion to adjourn. Oh. Roger, what are you doing, bud? Well, why aren't you standing up here?
Right here.
Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa.
Hello, folks. I got to tell you something. What was really amazing. Where else could you be? Where else could you be? Could you start your job, your career, as a LA Sheriff's Department deputy and follow Paul Tanaka and Sheriff Lee Baca, who went to jail for being corrupt, okay? After they went to jail, where else can you find a person that actually was in charge of, if he followed the lead, he was the, I'm sorry, wait a second. He was Paul Tanaka's second right-hand man, and he ran the jails for over 11 years. And in 2011, there was a case where it was called Pandora's Box, but it was when the chief of police, the sheriff's department hid an informant that was an FBI informant. They hid him from the FBI because they found a cell phone, and that cell phone, they traced it back to the FBI's corruption division that investigated corrupt law enforcement. And the person that gave me this information, his name was David Fritche. And the things that he told me blew my mind. One of the things was that Sheriff Baca and Tanaka told someone to take this informant and hide him. And they moved him all over the place, and they made the deputies sign paperwork that said that he was released. And in fact, he wasn't released. He was taken to he was taken out and moved into a deputy's home. A deputy's home. And then they returned him back to the jails. But the deputies had to sign off that he was released. Some deputies didn't sign off his name was, I'm sorry, it's AB. It's Anthony Brown was the informant. And he was forced to go to a deputy's home, scared shitless, and they were interrogating him there. Then they finally had to turn him in. But when people were told to sign off that he was released, they knew that they thought that he was going to get killed. So a lot of the deputies did not sign off of Anthony Brown's release. So because of that, they were tortured, and they didn't move up in the rankings. Whenever they were supposed to go up in promotions, they never got the promotions. So they sued the LA City Sheriff's Department. All of this is sealed, but David Fritche, Fritche.
Thanks, Roger. Appreciate that. Next speaker. Come on up, sir. Come on up. Yeah. Right there is fine.
Okay, McDonald versus U.S., 1948. Power is a heady thing, and history shows that police acting on their own cannot be trusted. Okay, there's mass surveillance is rampant in the United States now, and it's questionable whether it's constitutional. Privacy is one of the pillars of a free society. Surveilling every single person is not feasible in real time. However, when every single time you get caught on camera, you get surveilled, basically. Your information gets sold and sold and sold and sold and sold. So there's a website, I believe it's a technology called Flock for your information. I'm sure you already know that. And I just became aware of that just recently. So I would like to invite everybody in the whole United States, whoever's going to review this meeting tonight. I'm sure maybe you care, some maybe you don't care. But the First Amendment is the right to free speech, freedom of press, and freedom of religion. And so there's a YouTube, this Flock leak is like Netflix stalkers. So if you go to YouTube, look up this flock camera leak is like Netflix for stalkers. Privacy is one of the pillars of our free society. Okay, let me repeat. McDonald versus US, 1948. Power is a heady thing, and history shows that police acting on their own cannot be trusted. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but that's just a 1948 case. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
All right, meeting adjourned. Thank you.